to all our viewers for the Munchie MCA D Division cricket encounter between Abans and George Steuart. Well, this is going to be an interesting encounter. Both teams vying for honours. And Abans won the toss and decided to field first. The Abans captain, Sudhara Dakshina, won the toss and decided to field first. The two umpires, Dilipa Prasanna and Tilana Fernando. And we're about to commence the game with the very first delivery. And match referee today is Mr. Manoj Pereira. Scorers on duty is Chintakamana Singha, Nalin Priyankara, Chanaka Kushanta and NM Chumkiri. Chintakamana Singha doing the DLS. Abans group winning the toss and putting George Steuart into bat. Both teams have very strong lineups. Players are ready to get on with the game. Match is supposed to start at 9:45. The very first delivery is supposed to be bowled. The umpire is waiting for time, and here we go. Delivery, that's Hiranta Jayasinghe, the bowler. Ridhi Azistan and Romesh Mendes, the two openers. Hiranta Jayasinghe, right arm more spinner, bowling right arm over the wicket. So Rishi, that's an edge. Here goes past the wicket keeper down towards the third man boundary. A long chase there. Meanwhile, the batters have gone for two. Rishi Ajistan gets off the mark with that two. Two on the board for George Steuart. Been put into bat. Hiranta Jayasinghe, there he's bowling statistics. 29 wickets of 49 games. 4 for 23 being his best. 2-3 wicket hauls. Economy of 3.86. Average of 23.24. Right arm more spinner. Taking the new ball. That's a good delivery, well pitched up. This time going forward in defense. Yes, he's 1,331 runs, highest being 100. 29.58. That's worked away nicely towards the leg side past the mid-wicket fielder. Batters cross over for a single, taking the score to 3. 3 on the board for George Steuart, being asked to bat first. Romesh Mendes is taking guard. He's on strike for the first time for the day and will be facing to Hiranta Jayasinghe. Jayasinghe right arm over the wicket. One slip for the off spinner. I'd like to see a look at the offside field. They see the statistics of Mendes, 889 runs, highest of 166, average of 30.66. A lot of runs to his name. That's the end of the first over. 3 runs on the board. 3 for no loss. George Steuart's been put into bat. Worship Amarasinghe, the new bowler, right arm. There you see 34 wickets from 54 games, 4 for 43 being his best, 4 wicket hauls, economy of 4.20, average of 32.06. Fairly a decent bowler, 34 wickets to him. 4 3-wicket hauls. Be bowling right arm over the wicket. Woshit Amarasinghe. Oh, fairly fuller delivery. Trying to drive it. Gets an inside edge. Wicketkeeper covering it up well. 3 runs on the board. 3 for no loss. We've had some overnight rain and the grounds, the outfield in particular, is pretty slow. But today, pretty good sunshine. Definitely no signs of rain at all. Amarasinghe. That's a better delivery. Beat him outside the off stump. Sudhara Dakshina, the Abans captain. It comes in. Woshitara, that's driven away towards the extra cover boundary. They go for 1. They come back for the second, taking the total on to 5. Rajasthan moves on to 5. Woshita Amarasinghe pitching it up too much. Easy drive past extra cover. Over pitching that delivery. Abans group captain Sudhara Dakshina won the toss and decided to put George Steuart into bat. That's down the leg side, pushed away towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder there. I'll just let's have a look at the offside field if possible. There you see a slip. 2 slips there, cover point, extra cover, wide mid-off or mid-off. So that's the offside. On the onside there is a fine leg, a mid-wicket. So there must be a mid-on. Amarasinghe. That's over pitched again, beating the batter. Batter was slow to come down on it. Goes to the wicket keeper. 5 runs on the board. We're in the second over play. George Steuart definitely must be wanting to put up a good score. Well, if he can get 200 runs in this grounds, it's a pretty good score. Because as I said earlier, the outfield is pretty slow. The ball doesn't travel hard. As Amarasinghe. That's nicely driven, but straight to the field at extra cover. So that's the end of that over. So 2 overs gone. It's 5 for no loss. Rajasthan getting all 5. Romesh Mendis still to open his account. So 5 for no loss after 2 overs. George Steuart's been put into bat. That's nicely worked away this time by Romesh Mendis. Gets a single. He's off the mark now. Taking the score on to 6. Hiranta Jayasinghe, the off spinner, bowling his second over. A fuller delivery driven beautifully between extra cover and mid-off. That's going to be a boundary. That's the first boundary for the day. Coming off the bat of Rishi this time. He moves on to 9 with that boundary and the score moves on to 10. That was overpitched. Definitely a nice shot played there. Getting it past the extra cover fielder and mid-off. Straight into the boundary. Hiranta Jasinga, the off-spinner. That's a better delivery this time. Just pushed on the onside. This is a McIntyre D division encounter between George Steuart and Abans group. We're in the third over of play this morning. Hiranta Jasinga bowling his second over. None for 8 his figures up to now. That's a quicker delivery. Pushed away back to the bowler. 5 runs coming off this over up to now. 10 on the board for George Steuart. That's a good delivery, but took the inside edge and the ball runs along the ground towards square leg. They get a single, taking the score on to 11. 3 overs gone. It's 11 for no loss. Rajasthan on 10 and Mendes on 1. So it's Amrit Singha bowling his second over. George Steuart put into bat, 11 for no loss. The two openers batting with a lot of confidence. No hiccups up to now. Playing some good shots. That's again driven upishly this time. Goes towards extra cover boundary. 4 more runs. So that's Rishi Rajasthan getting another boundary. Taking the score on to 15. And he moves on to 14. He's looking to be on the attack. Got a couple of boundaries now. There you see lofted over extra cover. 2-3 bounces into the boundary. 15 on the board for George Steuart. That one down the leg side works gravy to the mid-wicket fielder, no run. Amrit Singha needs to keep it up. 15 on the board for George Steuart. Again attacking Midland leg line, just pushing it towards the mid-wicket region. There is a fielder there. Just trying to keep the batsman quiet. 2 dot deliveries. That's worked away nicely towards fine leg this time. Gets a single. Takes the score on to 16. Just to remind our viewers, the umpires on duty today is Dilip Prasanna and Tilana Fernando, while the match referee is Mr. Manoj Pereira. Those are the officials on duty. 16 runs on the board. We are in the 4th over of the innings. current run rate of 4.17. Of course, still too early to talk about run rates and targets. But the openers got on to a fairly decent start. That's a good delivery. Pushed away nicely by Ramesh Mendes, straight to mid-off. So end of that over. 4 overs gone. It's 16 for no loss, George Steuart. So 16 for no loss after 4 overs. George Steuart's put into bat. So Hiranta Jayasinghe to continue. The right arm off spinner. That's a reverse sweep. But there is a cover point fielder coming round it. No run for that. It's too early to play. I think these type of shots. Rajasthan just faced only 20 deliveries. Just trying to go for a reverse sweep. We got to be careful. Decent start given to them. That's better. Jayasinghe tossing it up a bit. Forcing the batsman to come forward. Bowling is third over. That's a quicker delivery. Nicely played wide of the slip. Gets a single. He moves on to 16 and the score moves on to 17. Ramesh Mendes has not had much of strike. Just faced only 4 deliveries. He'll be facing now to Jayasinghe. That's a tossed up delivery, but Mendes deciding to go off the back foot and push it on the offside. $17 on the board. Oh. Tried to switch it like, but didn't get hold of it. Got the edge. Oh, wicket keeper. We had a look at that again. There you see. Umpire gives runs for him. 18 on the board. This time pushed away nicely towards deep mid-on. Gets a single. So 5 overs gone. 19 for no loss. George Steuart. Rajasthan on 17. Mendes on 2. It's 19 for no loss after 5 overs, and the next 5 overs it will be Hiran Karunaratne to continue with the commentary.
Five overs done in day's play, 19 without loss. So far it has been a decent start by the George Steuart opening batters. They have been very watchful. Abans group, on the other hand, they have made sure to use their spinners. Sudar Dakshina, the skipper himself, decides to bring him on to the 6th over of day's play. They have been very decent with their bowling, but the important fact is that the George Steuart's batters, they haven't lost a wicket yet. That's the key factor. They are trying to see off the new ball. Very sensible batting. Goes for the sweep. There is protection. Probably a meter towards the right of the fielder there at short fine leg. That would have been a boundary. Rishi Adishtan. He has been busy out there in the crease. He has faced the 26 deliveries of the 32 deliveries. Gets the outside edge. There is protection. Romesh Mendes on the other hand. As we speak, overthrows. Look at the bowler. And the skipper himself. Disappointed. That shouldn't have been a run. That should have been 3 dot deliveries on the trot. Should have kept the pressure on the batting team. If you aren't getting wickets, make sure to bowl dot deliveries as much as possible. Beautiful delivery once again in line with the stumps. Very decent bowling. This is very good. Try and bowl in line with the stumps. Again gets that outside edge. Inviting the batter to drive outside the off stump. This is very good bowling. Having a slip in place. The very first over there was a chance which went down. Loud appeal. Probably sliding down the leg side or maybe a bit of inside edge. 6 overs done. 20 without loss. If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the MCA grounds here in Colombo. It's the MCAD Division 50 over tournament. The match happening between Abans Group and George Stewart's Health. Abans Group winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. So far both teams playing their part. Lovely conditions, lovely atmosphere. The sun is shining bright here at the MCA grounds. We did have a little bit of showers last evening, but at the moment things have been very nice and decent. Kevin Samuel brings himself on. Tall lad, probably expecting a little bit of bounce out of the surface. As expected. Hitting the bat hard. They need a wicket. Abans Group probably within the 10 overs. Look to grab a wicket or two. There you go. That's Kevin Samuel for you. 6 for 21 with an economy of 4.71. Very impressive. That shows he's a capable man. Shot. Lovely placement. There is protection though. Good bit of fielding. Should be couple of runs. Once again, as expected, Kevin Samuel getting that bounce outside the off stump. Rishi Adishtan. He has been very cheeky with his bat today. Good bit of fielding. Probably touch. That was a nice shot. Rishi, he hardly tried to play it hard. Rather placed it. Wicket keeper asking for a drive. Looking for a quick single. with a slip in place and a catching extra cover fielder, probably pull it a little bit in front. Get the batter to drive. Look for that outside edge. You are still having the new cherry in hand. There will be a little bit of movement. Look for a wicket. You need to buy a wicket when the batters aren't making any mistakes. You need to get them to make a mistake. There you go. There is a bit of movement. And the important fact is that he's getting it to move both ways. He's hitting that back of the length. But with the new ball, maybe he needs to bowl it a little bit more fuller. Ask the batter to come after him. Invite him to drive outside the off stump. Yeah, that's the length I was talking about. Absolutely spot on. That hardly came on to the bat. A very lucky escape for Rishi Adistan. That could have ended up in the hands of the cover point fielder, probably if he had been a foot or two in front. And looking at the surface, especially these matins, the ball tend to stop down a little bit, especially with the showers, if there is a little bit of moisture under. Shot helped on its way. There is protection. Just the 3 runs coming off that over. 7 overs done. 23 without loss. Sudhara Dakshina will continue with his spin. Rishi Adistan, he has done the bulk of the batting so far. He has been very watchful. Current run rate, touch around 3 runs per over. Maybe try and get past to 35, maybe 40 runs at the end of 10 overs. The spinners have really kept things tight. They've been very decent with their line and lengths. Goes for a cheeky little shot. Connects it well. Should be a couple of runs. There is protection. The fielder from the square leg region gives it a chase. This is good batting, I need to tell you that. They're picking up the right deliveries. They've been very watchful throughout this inning so far. But every opportunity where they have got to make a run, they made sure to count on it. Once again in line with the stumps, Sudhara Dakshina, he has been very impressive today. Has impressed with his bowling action. Just the 2 runs of this over so far. The most important fact is that he's rushing through his overs. He's getting it done pretty fast. Good over once again. Just a couple of runs. 8 overs done. 25 without loss. Kevin Samuel into his second over. The first over he was trying to hit the back of the length. Probably. Let's see if he would try and go maybe a foot fuller. Looking for that swing. Yeah, that's a much better delivery. Probably a bit wide outside the off stump. Ball that fourth stump channel. Trouble the batter. Keep asking questions. That's what's important at this point. They need to try and grab a wicket. They can't afford these two batters to build a partnership. The more time you spend in the middle, batting might look easy, I'd say. There you go, that's the movement. Starting off from the middle stump and moving away. Wide call by the umpire. One extra run. That'll put up the tally by 2 more runs, including the wide. Back of the length if you can. And over. Just the 5 runs considered. Rishi Ariston. He'll be the key figure for George Stewart's, because he looks a very promising player. There you go, the wicket keeper indicating get him to drive, man. Just like that. Try and bowl it full. Get the maximum out of this new cherry. Lots of cricket happening around Colombo. It's the cricketing season. We have the E-Division games as well, parallelly happening. Just a couple of extra runs. 9 overs done. 27 without loss. Lost a wicket. Yes, you could call it a slower start. Maybe they would have loved to have about 40 runs at the end of 10 overs, but the fact is that they haven't lost a wicket. Mihiranga Fernando. Another bowler has been introduced. Well, interesting moves by the Abans group's keeper. Probably the 4th new ball introduced within 10 overs. Goes for that booming drive outside the off stump. Floated up by Mihiranga Fernando. Anything about 200, 220 would be a very good total on this surface, especially when you're playing on these matting surfaces. Shot. That is protection, just the 1 run. The batter surely would have been pretty disappointed. That should have been put away. That was asking for trouble. A very wayward delivery. Short and sliding down the leg side. Diving effort by the batter. Sent back by Romesh Mendis. Lovely delivery. Probably hitting outside the off stump. That was huge turn. If you could have a quick look at that again. That spun sharply. There you go. Probably that was spinning down the leg side. Dances down the track and gives it a proper whack. A boundary. Coming after a very, very long time from the bat of Romesh Mendis. He thinks that it's time. Takes it on the full and flat bats it. Good connection. Welcome boundary. Beautiful. That was a clean strike. This time through the offside. Well, the evening showers helping the fielding team a little bit. The ball holding up on the surface, in fact on the outfield I'd call it. Maybe a little bit of dew. 6 runs coming off this over so far. Romesh Mendes clearly showing intentions now. Once again, that's the first one. Plumbed in front of the stumps, says the umpire. Miranga Fernando, he will have his last laugh. Romesh Mendes, he was trying to be cheeky throughout the over, played some shots, but now look at this. That spun pretty sharp. He was doing it from the very first delivery of his over. He was turning things around. A wicket of the final delivery of the power play. Romesh Mendes makes a long walk back for 8. George Steuart at the end of 10 overs. 33 for the loss of 1 wicket.
So it's 33 for 1 after 10. Romesh Mendes all LPW for just 8. Because he didn't get much of the strike. You see the strike, he just 16 deliveries he has faced. While Rishi this time has faced 44 deliveries. New batsman is in Tenunalian again. Supposed to be the wicket keeper for George Steuart. Miranga Fernando was the bowler who got the wicket. Just 1 over 1 for 6 his figures. But Abans group has bowled 10 overs almost within the first half an hour of play. Quite a very good achievement there. Because most of the spinners have been operating in the first 10 overs. Kevin Samuel bowled 2 overs, given away 5 runs. He's going to continue. Right arm medium pace. Bowling right arm over the wicket. To Ajistan, who is on 23. He has kept the scoreboard moving. The 2 openers put on a good start of 33 runs in 10 overs. Of course, George Steuart batters should look to consolidate on this. They need a good partnership. Fairly decent partnership. Past 60. There you see that dismissal. Well, I thought it was turning, but looking at a good look at it. Yes, umpire was correct there. That hit uppishly. See the fielder getting underneath now, just over his head. That's luck there for Addiston. He gets 2 more. He moves on to 25 and the score moves on to 35. Well, it was a difficult chance running backwards. But when you look at it, that could have been taken. But running backwards, it's a very difficult catch. But you need to take those catches if you need to win matches. Kevin Samuel. Thought the fielder didn't judge it properly. That's worked away nicely. A good single taken. Good bit of running between the wickets. Good call for that. Taking the score on to 36. Tinulali again gets an opportunity now to have strike. A left-hander. There you see 150 runs, 43 being his highest, average of 13.64, strike rate of 90.91. So might be wanting to get a half century to his name. No half centuries, no hundreds. So might be wanting to get one today. Samuel. That's nicely played down the leg side towards the mid-wicket region. Crossover for a single. So he's off the mark in the very first delivery he has faced. Taking the score on to 37. See now the projected score of 174. George Steuart definitely might be wanting to get more than that, but still a long way to go. 39 overs remaining after this over. That's a better delivery by Samuel, pitching it up. You got to keep that ball up, especially in muddy wicket. Anything short will allow the batter to get off the back foot and get some runs. Most of the attacking shots are off the back foot, the cuts, the pulls, the hooks, everything. So you got to keep it up for the batter. Force him to drive. Well, of course, Samuel bowling without a slip. There is a slip, sorry. Try to work on that delivery. Try to get that batter to edge it into the slips. So that's the end of that over. 3 overs gone. It's 9. His bowling figures none for 9. It's 37 for 1 for George Steuart. You see the bowling card. Only wicket taker being Miranga Fernando, who got the wicket in the last over. Last delivery of his previous over. The wicket of Ramesh Mendes. Sudhara Dakshina, the captain, quite economical among the bowlers. So it's Miranga Fernando to continue. He'll be bowling to Thinura Lianage, the left-hander. Tall left-handed batter, Thinura Lianage. Short outside the off-stump, wide being called. Yes, that ball did turn also. Going out of the reach of the batsman, no doubt. Wide has to be off that. Umpire's call is pretty correct. Miranga this time tossing that ball up a bit more. Miranga seems to be getting some kind of turn. Good, should strike a good length. Will create some problems to the batters. That's a fuller delivery, taken on the full and driven past extra cover. That's a nice shot, gone to the boundary for 4. 4 runs to Thinura Lianage. He moves on to 5 and the score moves on to 42. You see the replay of that. That's a full toss. Beautifully driven between short extra cover and the extra cover fielder. Good bit of timing into it. Watch that ball well into the bat. Thinura Lianage. That's a better delivery. That should be the line. That should be the length. Miranga Fernando should be bowling. He's getting some kind of turn. If he can get the left-hander to edge it into the slips, that's what he should be looking at. Right arm off spinner, taking it away from the left-handed batter. Oh, that's a better delivery. That's exactly what we needed. Nearly took the edge. Miranga Fernando should strike that length. There you see that ball turning, just missing the outside edge. Good bit of bowling. Another good delivery, just pushed away towards extra cover. 42 on the board for George Steuart, being put into bat. They've lost 1 wicket, the wicket of Ramesh Mendes. It's Miranga Fernando, that one. Tossing it up again, driven firmly, but straight to the cow point fielder. That's the end of that over. So 12 overs gone. It's 42 for 1. .42 for 1 after 12, being put into bat. George Steuart looking to get somewhat like 200 to 225. That should be their target, which is a decent total in this ground. So Amara Singh being called back, bowled 2 overs earlier in the innings. That's nicely played towards third man, gets a single. Rishi at this turn gets on to 27. Score moves on to 43. Yes, Amara Singh bowled 2 overs earlier, gave away 7 runs. Been brought back into the attack. Kevin Samuel has been given a rest. Rajasthan has faced 50 deliveries for his 27. That's slightly over pitched. Trinidad Lianage going for the drive, checking his shot a bit. No power into it. Goes down towards mid-off. These 2 batters batting watchfully, trying to consolidate. They got a good start of 33 for the first wicket. They need to build a good partnership. That one short outside the off stump. Amara Singh dropping it short this time. Trying to push the batsman on the back foot. Couple of shots we saw Lianage getting on the front for a beautiful cover drive. Of course, that was over full toss. Amara Singh dropping it short to have him on check. Again pushed away on the offside. Straight to the cow point fielder. Abans group winning the toss and putting George Steuart into bat. They might have wanted to have a couple of wickets by this time. They managed to get 1. That's a wicket of Ramesh Mendes. That's Amara Singh this time. Shorter delivery again. Lianage chops it into the third man area. Gets a single. 44 on the board. Distan has been there for 50 deliveries. He has faced 27 runs to his name. He got a couple of shots, got a lovely boundaries of the front foot. Amara Singh had been stopped halfway that time. The batsman was really not ready with it. Needs to get on to his stance. Amara Singh. This one down the leg side, forced away towards mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. So that's the end of that over. 13 overs gone. George Steuart 44 for 1, Addiston on 27 and Lianage on 6. So 44 for 1 after 13 overs. Been put into bat George Steuart. It's Miranga Fernando to continue. Well, I feel if Miranga Fernando strikes a good length, he will create a lot of problems for the batters. He's getting some kind of turn. Got to pitch it on the proper areas. That's outside the off stump for the left-hander. Off spinner taking that ball away from the left-hander. Like to see him attacking more on the middle and off or off stump. That's a better delivery. Pushed away on the offside. Got to strike that area. Try to get the edge. Get the batsman to come and drive. That's exactly what the off spinner should be doing. That's it. Nice shot, but well fielded there. But didn't collect it cleanly. Allowed the batters to cross over for a single. This is Haritha Jayasinghe. Haritha Jayasinghe. So also right arm more spinner, Haritha Jayasinghe. Bowling his 4th over. That's worked away nicely towards fine leg. Gets a single. 46 on the board. Runs are coming for George Steuart. The two batters playing watchfully. That's a leg by signal by the umpire. 46 on the board. Tinola Lianage is on strike now. That one short allows the batsman to get off the back foot and cut it. But straight to the fielder. So that's the end of that over. 14 overs gone. It's 46 for 1. Lianage on 7. Adistan on 27. So it's another bowling change. Sudhara Dakshina bringing himself on. You see that Abans group shuffling their bowl as well. Sudhara Dakshina bowled 2 overs, just gave away just 3 runs. He's coming on to bowl. Sudhara Dakshina, captain of Abans group. Early in the day he won the toss and put George Steuart into bat. Left armer. Oh! Getting off the back foot and pushing it. Just comes so close to Dakshina, who took it on the first bounce. That one again, a good bit of turn. But still too short. Got to get the batsman on the front foot. Once you allow the batsman to go on the back foot, you give him more time to watch the delivery. He can watch the turn and play it on the offside. So you must try to get the batsman on the front foot. Spinners in particular. Sudhara Dakshina. That's a better ball. Could be a catch. Did he take it clean? That's a good catch taken. That's the end of Pakistan is going to go back. So George Stewart's losing their second wicket at 46. Well, the umpires are having a discussion, is it? But we see Pakistan walking back. So George Stewart's losing their second wicket at 46. Dakshina. There he got the batsman on the front foot, but of course that was not a good shot to play. He tried to put it over fine leg, didn't get hold of it properly. Should have gone for the sweep. Would have been a better shot. But this time gone for 27. Niman Umesh, the fielder, who took that catch. Rishi Ravira Surya, the new batter, who's walking in. Sudhara Dakshina, good bit of bowling figures, bowling his third over. 1 for 3, one more delivery remaining in this over. His figures 1 for 3. Abans group getting the second wicket. There's Risravira Surya, 990 runs, highest being 94, average of 22.00, strike rate of 59.28, 250s to his name. So must be wanting to do something better than that. Needs to put up a good partnership, George Stewart's, to consolidate their position in this game. They need a good partnership. Lakshina, that's a better delivery. Got an edge and he's going back. Very first delivery. That's what the spinners should do. Pitch it up. Get the batsman on the front foot. Try to get the edge. That was a wonderful delivery. Risravira Surya walks back without scoring. And George Stewart's losing their third wicket at 46. Do you see the replay? What a beautiful delivery. Did turn and a good catch taken in the slips. Outside edge. What a fine bit of bowling spell this one by Sudhara Dakshina. Completing his third over, getting 2 wickets in that over. So he has 2 for 3 in 3 overs. Miranga Fernando, the catcher. So George Stewart's in a bit of bother now, losing their third wicket at 46. Abans group getting themselves back into the game. Their spinners getting some kind of turn, as we were talking about. As 15 overs are gone, it's 46 for 3.
Overs done. 46 for 3. George Stewart's, maybe you could call them that they're in a spot of bother at these points. Losing 2 quick wickets in the last over. Sudhara Dakshina, skipper himself, there we go. That was the first one. Probably the shot that was not required at that point. And the second one, it was a blind. It was a blind. Oh, as we speak, that was a very close call. Looking for a run. Gets home safely. But the second wicket, that was a blinder. It was plucked out of the air by the slip fielder. There you go. This was the second wicket. Lovely delivery and a lovely catch. And to add to that, the batter, he came forward pretty decently. got that outside edge. And that slip fielder, he was flying all the time. 2 wickets in a short interval for Abans group. They are back in the game. They managed to pull things back. Sachin Dalpadadu, the skipper, walks in. Well, I need to tell you that it's spinning sharply. Life is going to be very tough for the batters. Good strike rate. Decent, I would call it. Highest runs of 88 runs. Things have been very interesting so far. Both teams fighting their way through. Couple of steps down the ground, trying to kill the spin, trying to put the bowler away from his line and length. Niman Umesh, he's into his first over. Lots of spinners. One after the other. The skipper realizing that the spinners do have a lot on offer in this kind of a surface, bringing them one after the other. Good captainship, I would call it. Oh, turn and bounce. Another successful over comes to an end. Just a couple of runs. 16 overs done. 48 for 3. Sudaraka Dakshina, he's on a hat trick. To have one slip fielder. Come on, skipper, get a catching extra cover. Maybe get a second slip. Go for the kill. You need couple of fielders in line with the batter. There you go. Second slip comes on. I would love to have a catching extra cover. Oh, beautiful delivery. Well. How did Sachin Dalpadadu escape that? Look at the umpire. He knew that as well. That hardly spun. Look at that. That went straight on with the arm. Playing for turn. The glove coming down at the very last second. This is fantastic bowling. This is very good bowling. Keeping things really tight and hard. He really deserved it. He has bowled really well here today. The important fact is that he has understood the conditions. He has realized at what speed he needs to bowl. He's bowling it very slow, letting the ball talk out of the surface. Beautiful delivery once again, bringing the batter forward. He has been asking a lot of questions from these batters. Just a little bit of turn. Skipper Sachin will have a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders at this point. Beautiful again. Well, you could admire a spinner when you see him bowl like this. Understanding the basics. Doing the basics right. Sticking to the textbook. And grabs his third wicket. This is what I was talking about. You do the basics right. You keep ticking the boxes off the textbook. you will be paid early dividends. Once again, there you go. Getting that turn and bounce. Easy as you like. The fourth one bites the dust. Dinula Lianage, he makes that walk back. As the players and the umpires will take a short drinks break. George Stewart's are 49 for 4. Right, we are back live after the drinks break. Sudara Dakshina, the skipper, keeps hitting nails onto the coffin. He's grabbing them one after the other. What a sensational spell it has been so far. 3 for 4 after 4 overs for Sudara Dakshina. 17 done. 49 for 4. That's the previous wicket. Caught and bowled, easy as you like. Lovely follow through as well. Easy catch. He deserves it. He has bowled really well today. Niman Umesh will continue with his spin. He's into his second over. Just a couple of runs in the first over. .50 on the board for George Stewart's. They lost the 4 wickets. It should be a passage of rebuilding. Danushka Madhushankar, the left-hand batter, a strike rate of 73 with a total of 892 runs. Capable batter, of course. Now look at that turn and bounce. That's what I was talking about. Life is going to be very hard for the batters out there in the middle. Short. Unlucky batter, lucky bowler. That was 4 runs written all over. That was a very poor delivery by Niman Umesh. You need to support your bowling partner when he is doing a pretty decent job. On the other hand, you shouldn't be giving away loose deliveries, especially to a new batter who has just walked out to the middle. You need to tighten the screws when you have 4 wickets down for 50 runs. Well, he has been bowling either short or either full, and also he has been firing it in. He needs to bowl it slower if he's looking for something out of the surface. Drives, good bit of fielding at mid-off, just the 1 run. 18 overs done, 51 for 4. Sudhara Dakshina, he'll continue with his spell. Beautifully bowled once again. It has been brilliant so far, this young man. He has been wonderful. Goes for a big slog shot. Connects it. And connects it well over mid-wicket for the first 6 of the day. That was a big whack from the bellow of Danushka. Beautifully swung it. Well, you need some guts to play that shot, especially against Sudhara Dakshina. After picking up 3 wickets for 10 runs in his spell so far, to take him on, that's a decent effort. Walking across the line. That's the match referee for the day. If you're wondering who that is, Manoj Pereira. That was a decent hit by Danushka. Walking across the line. And that was connected decently. Now this is going to be interesting. What would be Sudhara Dakshina's response? Yorker and delivery. Yokes him on, bowl it a little bit faster. If you are a bowler, if you have done really well and you got whacked at the park, I'd still stick to my basics. There you go. One big shot can completely change the rhythm of the bowler. Couple of deliveries being bowled full. Very watchful after that big one. Looking for a quick single. Gets home safely. 19 overs done. 58 for 4. Danushka, big in stature, probably will try to use the long handle. Miranga Fernando has been brought into the attack, the successful bowler who managed to grab a wicket, and more importantly, with the left-hander in strike. Quick single taken, very important one. As batters, you need to look for those quick runs, especially after losing 4 wickets in quick intervals. You need to try and build up a partnership. You need to bring things back on track. That's the important fact. Good pick up and throw, right on top of the stumps. Turn and bounce. You need to keep adding the pressure. Get those dot balls in. Keep pushing the batters onto the back foot. Well, these two batters, they showed some intentions, probably trying to rotate the strike, get the bowlers to do a mistake, get them to bowl a loosener. Works it round for another single. A run rate, well, you could call it a decent run rate. Touch about 3 runs with 30 overs to go. That's 180 legal deliveries. Another 150 runs will get them to that 210 run mark, which would be always a decent one. Oh, that was a close chance. Probably the slip fielder not expecting that. That was very close. Short, wide outside the off stump. That took off the surface, goes for a cut, gets the flashing blade. Slip fielder waiting for a low catch. Look at that. Slow reflexes. You need to be more sharp, mate, when you're at slip. 4 runs coming off that. 62 for 4.
$62 for 4. George Stewart's been put into bat after 20 overs. Sachin Dalpadado, the captain, is on 4, and Anushka is on 11. Nima Momesh. Well, I thought Sudhara Dakshina, the captain, and Miranga Fernando bowling from the other end will create a lot of problem for the batters. Both these two bowlers are turning the ball well, but I wonder why Nima Umesh has been persistent, bowling his 3rd over. Oh, that was a good delivery. That was a good delivery. Nearly took the outside edge. Nima Umesh. There you see the replay of that. Tossed up delivery. Again, making the batsman come forward. The left-hander. He's on 11. That is Danushka. Dalpadado, the captain, he's on 5. He's on the non-strikers, and that one short and cut away, but good bit of fielding there. Very quick onto it. anticipated that one well. No run there. You see that replay of that. See that he moved in very quickly. That's again another dot delivery, forcing the batsman to bowling dot deliveries, creating pressure. That's exactly the name of the game. You've got to create pressure on the opposition. That's a good bit of bowling, but nicely played. Straight down towards deep mid-off. Gets a single. So 21 overs gone. It's 64 for 4. Talpadado is on 4. Danushka is on 12. So Miranga Fernando, the right arm spinner. Nearly had him in the previous over. One chance, flying fast, a slip fielder. 64 for 4. Abans group needs to take those catches. They've done well to curtail the batters at this stage. Just 64 runs coming off 21 overs. And in the process they've got 4 wickets. The current run rate you see at just 3 per over. It's again tossed up. With Danushka deciding to go on the back foot. Must get the batsman to come on the front foot. So I was telling earlier, if you go on the back foot, you allow the batsman more time to see the ball, more time to see the turn of the ball. So got to get him on the front foot. That's a better delivery. Tossed up well, good bit of fielding there, but good bit of running between the wickets too, getting a single there. Taking the score on to 65. That is good cricket all round. Miranga Fernando 1 for 16, bowling his 4th over. Bowling to Sachin Talpadado, the captain of George Steuart. Shorter delivery, pushed away on the onside. Comes down the wicket this time, trying to drive it, didn't get hold of it. That's the end of that over. 22 overs gone. It's 65 for 4. Talpadado on 5, Danushka on 13. Well, 22 overs gone, 1 hour and about 20 minutes of play. Abans group maintaining a good over rate, bowling the 23rd over. Of course, that's a bit of poor fielding. Allow the batters to cross over for a single. Taking the score on to 66. Oh, they didn't run that anyway. So it's 65 for 4. It's 66 for 4, correct? Talpadado on strike, the right-hander. pull the run rate back to below 3 runs per over. That's nicely played by Dalpadado, driving it towards deep mid-on. George Steuart finding it difficult to get the runs. Nima Momesh bowling his 4th over, just given away 8 runs. That's a quick single, good bit of running between the wickets. Good call and well backed up. Get a single to Danushka, he moves on to 15 and the score to 68. Do you see that? Safely home. A good understanding between these two batters. Comes down the wicket, hit uppishly. Oh, the cover point fielder. Just a single there. So end of over number 23. It's 69 for 4. Danushka on 15 and Dalpadado is on 7. Oh, they see Ricky Sims there with Michael Adams. They're doing some commentary on the other side. That's at DSNI College grounds. The under-13 final. So here we have Miranga Fernando to continue. That's pushed away on the onside. Just a single. 70 on the board for loss of 4 wickets. So Miranga Fernando, that one a good delivery, tossing it up, but again good bit of running between the wickets. Good understanding between the two batters. Calling quickly and responding. Now this can rattle the fielding side a bit. This is exactly what the batter's got to do. Getting those quick singles. Push the fielders on the back foot. Miranga, right arm off spinner. Short again down the leg side. Wide being called. The AC is dropping it short because he doesn't want the batsman to push it on the offside and go for that quick single. And with his turn, definitely it's going to turn away down the leg side. Miranga Fernando. That's a fuller delivery. This time coming down the wicket and driving it firmly down towards deep mid-on. That's Dalpadado. Getting a single. Taking the score on to 73. They see runs are leaking. 4 runs gone in this over up to now. 2 more deliveries remaining. This is what those quick singles can do. Again, got the edge. Of course, it was going down. Difficult chance for the slip fielder. Goes down towards the boundary. 4 more runs. Taking the score on to 77, and Danushka moves on to 20. They see the replay of that. The back foot cutting it. No chance for the slip fielder to get down soon. Went past him, goes down to the boundary. So 8 runs gone up to now in this over. Quite an expensive over for Abans group. One more delivery remaining. Short and cut away, but straight to the fielder this time. So that's the end of that over. 24 gone. It's 77 for 4. Danushka on 20. Dalpadado on 9. You see the betting card of George Steuart. Richie Ajistan got 27. He was caught by Nima Umesh of Sudhara Dakshana. Ramesh Mendis was helped up to Miranga Fernando for 8. Tinulali Anage caught in bowl Sudhara Dakshana for 8. Rishi Veerasurya was caught by Miranga Fernando of Sudhara Dakshana for 0. Dalpadado, the captain, is not out on 9, and Madhushankar not out on 20. So 77 for 4. Sudhara Dakshina definitely the pick of the bowlers. 3 for 11 of 5 overs. And Miranga, the other wicket taker, 1 for 24 of 5. Follow wickets 33, 46, 46 and 49. Oh, that's good bit of bowling there. This Nima Umesh tossing it up well. Dragging the batsman forward. 77 for 4. George Steuart's been put into bat. That's again another good delivery. Pushed on the offside. Nima Umesh, none for 10. Bowling is 5th over. Looking for a wicket. That's again coming down the track, but driving it straight into the hands of the mid-off fielder, so extra cover fielder. That one again nicely worked away. Tried to attack the middle stump while the off spinner turning towards the leg. It's easy to put it down there. Nicely worked away. Gets a single. Sachin Dalpadado moves on to double figures. He's on 10. 78 on the board. Good partnership is developing up between these two batters. Well, George Steuart's looking for that partnership to consolidate things. 78 runs on the board in 25 overs. One more delivery remaining. Yes, that's the end of the 25th over. It's 78 for 4. Danushka Madhushankar on 20. Sachin Dalpadado on 10.
Well, that's the partnership between these two batters. 29 runs coming off 49 deliveries. Half stage of the game. 78 for 4. The bowling team, they should be pretty happy with their effort so far. It has been a decent bowling effort, I need to tell you that. Shot, pull. Oh, what a catch! What a catch that was! That was a sensational catch. Diving forward. That's how you need to be supporting your bowlers if you aren't getting the wickets. There was a partnership being built up between these two batters. Out of nowhere, he was just jumping forward. Fantastic take. All credits to the fielder. Sachin Dalpadado, the skipper, he walks back for 10 runs. That's the 5th wicket. and a wicket. Abans were looking for a very long time. 78 for 5. The new man walks in. Hirantha Singh managed to pick up his first wicket. Chanula. He walks in as the new batter. Half the side back in the pavilion for George Steuart. Big job in hand for Danushka and Chanula. The previous catch, that was not the delivery which would get your wicket. It was short, sliding toward the leg stump. The field had deep mid wicket. He had clear intentions of diving forward, grabbing it with both hands. Here's a quick look at that again. Short delivery, rocking onto the back foot and pulled it. But look at that effort. Come back to that delivery. Brilliant effort. Judged it to perfection. And the recovery was even perfect. Oh, almost getting that inside edge. 26 overs done. A wicket maiden for Hirantha Singh. 78 for 5. Niman Umesh will continue. 5 overs for 11 runs. I would like to see the skipper at this point. After a fall of another wicket, we have a new batter at the crease. Try and add a little bit of extra pressure. Look for another 1 wicket. Danushka, he has been good out there. 20 coming off 33 deliveries. Gets another run. George Steuart at the moment, they're in deep trouble, I need to tell you that. Looking for a way to come out of this, trying for recovery. Ricky Sins comes and says hi to the comm box. So far it has been a very decent effort by the Abans group bowlers. They have kept things really decent. They have kept things tight. They haven't given any opportunity for the George Steuart batters to bounce back. Every time there was a partnership building up, they have managed to grab things back online. Once again, turn and bounce. This has been the story so far for the day. The spinners have been dominating. The batters have found it really hard, especially with the spin and bounce, the odd delivery, sliding in through straight. That was too short, I'd say. Need to pull that good length line. Michael Adams says hi. We have two visitors who have walked up to the comm box here at the MCA grounds. Our two veteran commentators, Ricky Sims and Michael Adams. 27 overs done, 79 for 5. This man on screen, Tanushka, his wicket would be key, because he has showed some clear intentions of going after the bowlers. He has played some good shots, some promising shots. This man's wicket would really close things off for George Steuart. Poor bit of fielding, but there is protection, just the one run. There you go, disappointment at the fielder at extra cover. But if they're looking to keep adding the pressure, you need multiple dot deliveries. The fielders, they need to be on their toes. They can't afford to give away these easy singles. Every run would matter at the end of the innings. Oh, that's huge turn. Huge turn. You need to bowl it up a little bit. Get the batter to play on the front foot. Bring that LBW option, maybe the outside edge option into play. Just like that. That was very close. Hurrying on to the batter. I would like to see the skipper bringing himself back on at this point, with Shanu Latakorla playing 11 dot deliveries. Ideal. That's the ideal line and length you need to be bowling. Quick single. Shanu Latakorla gets off the mark after 12 deliveries. He should breathe a relief at this point. Run rate 2.91. Not ideal if you're a fan of George Steuart. Lovely. Once again, just a couple of runs coming off that over. 28 done. 81 for 5. George Steuart's camp dances down the track and hammers it over the bowler's head for 6 runs. Shanu Latakorla, he decides that it's time for him to break the shackles. Good shot, played with clear intentions. One of the safest plays in the cricketing ground if you're trying to go after the bowlers. Niman Umesh, as expected, dragging down the length a little bit, offering that easy single. That was surely against the run of play. Things were getting really tight for George Steuart, and Shanu Latakorla decides to go downtown. Since the 10th over, the spinners have been dominating. They made sure from both ends they're adding the pressure. The skipper himself coming out in fashion, picking up 3 important wickets. Opening parts for the Abans group. The skipper, including the entire team, they have delivered. They should be happy winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, justifying the decision of the skipper. Couple of chances going a pegging. Imagine they were picked out. George Steuart would have been 7 down at this point. Good over for George Steuart. 8 runs coming off that. 89 for 5. There you go. Sudhara Dakshina, the skipper, decides to bring himself on. Good decision, I would call it. He has been sensational today so far. 5 overs, 3 for 11. He really opened gates for Abans group. Full toss to start off with. 5 overs left under his belt. Should be very crucial overs. Probably looking for that wicket, trying to break this partnership. Not a big one, but still it has been some time. Touch Fuller, he was bowling a decent line and length in his very first spell. The test bowling length, you call it. Inviting the batter to the front foot. Got that outside edge. One cotton ball. Everything was happening when he was bowling out there in his first spell. Maybe he's trying to get back to that rhythm after a short break. Once again a bit too full. 88 for 5. At this point, George Stewart's, they might be looking to go past that 150 mark with where they are at this point. That's the exact length that he needs to be bowling. 4 deliveries on the trot. Chanulatu Gorala, he's capable. He did show us what he's capable of in the previous over. Will he try and take a chance? Beautiful turn and bounce. One last delivery of this over. I'd say he might try and see off Sudarshan Dakshina. Mid over. 30 overs done. 88 for 5.
$88 for 5, 30 overs. Stewart's been put into bat by Abans group. Well, they need a good partnership. Chanulat Korala and Danushka Madhushankar. Madhushankar is on 22 of 41 deliveries. He's been batting well. Oh, there you see these wonderful spectators watching this game. Samrat Singha called back into the attack. Right arm medium pace. Bowled 3 overs earlier. None for 9 is bowling figures. Well, Abans group managing to pull it back a bit. Projected score of 147. There you see the current run rate from 3 plus brought down to 2.93. 88 for 5. Amrit Singh, right arm over the wicket. So left-handed Madhushankar is on strike. He has been batting well, getting 22 of 41 deliveries. Here's Amrit Singh at that one, trying to have a big swing at it. Didn't get hold of it. Got to be careful. They need to put some runs on the board. 20 overs remaining. That's a long way to go. But just 5 wickets intact. Chanolatukorala, he's on 8. He's the non-striker. Short outside the off stump. Lets it go to the wicket keeper. As I was telling earlier, quite a decent over rate. 30 overs been completed. Less than 2 hours of play. Amrit Singh is bowling his 4th over. Abans group mostly operated by spinners. Spinners getting all the 5 wickets that has fallen. Captain Sudhara Dakshana accounting for 3 of them. $85 runs on the board. Once again, a shortish delivery. Madhushankar watching it very carefully to the wicket keeper. It's nice to have a look at the field if possible for the medium pace bowler. Been having some spinners operating right throughout. That's pushed on the offside. You see a cover point, an extra cover. That's an overthrow there. Allows the batsman to get a single. Well, pressure was building up on the batters. He cannot, unnecessary runs cannot be given at this stage. Takes Danushka on to 23 and the score moves on to 89. Chanolatukorala, he's on 8. He's having strike now. Oh, that's a good delivery. Cut the inside edge into his pad. That's the end of that over. 31 gone. It's 89 for 5. You see the replay of that. You see getting that inside edge onto his body. $89 for 5 after 31. Sits at Coralla. That's lofted over the mid-off. That's gone to the boundary. 4 runs in the very first delivery of Samuel over. Taking the score on to 93. Left-handed Madhushankar gets it over deep mid-off. It's a nice shot. Kevin Samuel bowling his 4th over. That's again driven, but taking the outside edge, goes down towards the cover point fielder. They see a third man there, cover point, extra cover. There is a short mid-off, and that's the offside field. It's not. Samuel bowling his 4th over. That one shortish delivery. Madhushankar tried to come down the wicket, but forced to pay on defensive. 93 on the board. 93 for 5. Good delivery, pitched outside the off stump. Watching it very carefully. Danushka Madhushankar. 27 not out, or 50 deliveries. Been there for a long time now. Kevin Samuel. Right arm, medium pace, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. This time again pushed away on the offside. There's a lot of activity going around here at the MCA grounds. Samuel. Another good delivery. That's the end of that over. So it's 32 gone. 93 on the board for loss of 5 wickets. George Stewart's been put into bat with Madhushankar on 27 and Athukurala on 8. So it's Amrit Singh to continue. 4 overs, 10, given away 10 runs. Bowling to Athukurala, who's on 8. 93 runs on the board for George Stewart's been put into bat. It's pushed away on the offside, but short extra cover fielder. No ball been called, so it's a free hit. Athukurala gets an opportunity to stretch his arms. Amrit Singh. Good delivery, just almost on that wide line. Not allowing any chance for the batter. Goes to the wicket keeper. 94 on the board, 94 for 5. George Stewart's been put into bat by Abans group. Abans group keeping things tight. George Steuart batters need to build on a good partnership. That's worked away nicely towards third man. They get a single. They need to build up a good partnership. Try to consolidate on it and get a decent total. Come up to about 180 to 200, which should be a decent total on this ground. The outfield being pretty slow. At least give some kind of runs to the bowlers to bowl at. Projected score now is just 147. But definitely they'll be wanting to get much more than that. That's umpire Dilip Prasanna saying something to the batsman. You got to be ready. That's stroked away towards cover point, no run. Amara Singh has had a decent spell, bowling his 5th over. Just given away 12 runs. But Abans group, most of the bowling was done by the spinners. There were a couple of good spinners. Captain Sudhara Dakshina is definitely the pick of the bowlers. .95 for 5. Miranga Fernando was among the wickets. Sudhara Dakshina got 3 out of the 5. That's caught. That took the outside edge. That was a very poor shot by Danushka Madhushanka, trying to come down the wicket, then later on realizing just to chop it, and got the outside edge, and the wicketkeeper did the rest. So Amar Singh gets his first wicket. There you see a poor shot by Danushka Madhushanka, and George Steuart losing their 6th wicket at 95. Vidunith Wilson is the wicketkeeper. Quite an easy catch for him. Danushka Madhushanka walking back for 27. George Steuart 95 for 6. .95 for 6. George Steuart being put into bat. Abans group might be pretty happy with their performance, winning the toss and putting George Steuart into bat, having them in deep trouble here at 95 for 6. 33rd over in progress. Just a delivery remaining in that. Rohan Sanjay, the new batter. Short and wide being signalled. One more run to the total. Score moves on to 97. There you see Rohan Sanjay, 602 runs, 63 not out being his highest. Average of 27.36. Strike rate 115.99. He has 350s to his name. So he can bat, he can get some runs. That's nicely worked it way towards the fine leg region. Gets a single and he's off the mark. So 33 overs gone. It's 97 for 6. So Hiranta Jayasinghe, the off spinner, been called in again. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 15 his figures. Miranga Fernando is the other off spinner, got a wicket. Amara Singha got a wicket in the previous over, and the other 3 was taken by Sudhara Dakshina, the captain. So Hiranta Jayasinghe, good delivery, pitching it up to Rohan Sanjay, pushing it forward in defence. Get the batsman on the front foot, try to work on the edge. Have a slip fielder there. That's good bit of bowling again by Hiranta Jayasinghe. Rohan Sanjay watching the ball very carefully. 3 half centuries to his name, a capable batter. It's again pushed away on the offside. Three dot deliveries. Make it 4 now. Good bit of bowling. Inviting the batsman to come down. That was the previous wicket. A poor shot by Madhushankar. Just glided it into the hands of the wicket keeper. That hit upishly this time. I'll see the fielder getting underneath it. And that's another one. So 7 down now for 97. George Steuart. That was another poor shot by Sanjay. Just trying to hit it over, but just kite it across towards the extra cover. A good catch taken there, and Hiranta Jayasinghe gets his 2nd wicket. Yeah, you see that? That was definitely pressure being put on the batter with dot deliveries. A good catch taken there. 97 for 7, George Steuart. They're definitely in deep trouble at this stage. Sudhara Dakshina, the captain, taking that catch. A very well judged catch. He goes for 1. And Hiranta Jayasinghe getting his 2nd wicket. He's 2 for 15 up to now. So it's Tisara Wickramasinghe, the new batter. They see 1,553 runs, 80 being his highest. That's a good delivery. Forcing the batsman to come forward. That's the end of that over. 34 gone. It's 97 for 7. George Steuart's been put into bat today. Well, the current run rate of 2.85. So this is the captain bringing himself on again. He has 3 wickets to his name. 3 for 11 of 6 overs. Sudhara Dakshina. George Steuart 97 for 7. Well, Abans group really must be wanting to wrap things up soon. Short this time down the leg side. Chanulath trying to work it away, misses it. Misses an opportunity of getting some runs. That was a poor delivery. This time off the back foot and working it nicely across towards deep mid wicket. Gets a single. Atukurale moves on to double figures. He's on 10. The score moves on to 98. There you see that last wicket. Trying to hit it over the top. Didn't get hold of it. And a well-judged catch by the captain. Watched it very carefully into his hands. There you see, judging it very nicely. Getting underneath it. That's again a good delivery. Tossing it out. Inviting the batsman to come forward. Tisara Wickramasinghe, the batter now. He's on strike. Still to open his account. Oh, that was a good delivery. That did turn a bit. Wickramasinghe. 98 for 7. George Steuart's being asked to bat. Oh, again it beats him outside the off stump. That's the end of that over. So 35 gone. It's 98 for 7. Wickramasinghe still to open its account. Atukurala on 10.
.35 overs done, 98 for 7. All responsibility will be on Chanul Atukurla's shoulders. He has been out there for some time. He's a capable batter. But the point is that he's running out of partners. The Abans group bowlers, they have really justified the decision of bowling first. The track has been really assisting the spinners well. Turn and bounce, some spectators walking here on a Wednesday morning. Drives black, slow reflexes, adds another run to the total. The total moves up to 99. With 87 legal deliveries to go at this point, they should be trying to get to that run of 150. Batting has not been easy. Things have been very tough. The bowlers have kept things tight. They bowled a decent line and lengths. They've got the fullest support from the fielders. It has been an all-round performance by the Abans group. All credits to them. They have worked hard. Oh, that turn. That is what I was talking about. Things haven't been easy. Just the one run coming off that over. 36 overs done. There's a quick look at that again. Sharp turn, pitching way outside the off stump and spinning towards the right hand batter. 99 for 7. We are back live after the drinks break. Probably a bit of refresher for the batters. They need a little bit of break. Get some tips and advices from the dressing room. 84 deliveries. Left Sudhara Dakshina into his final spell probably. 7 overs, 3 for 12. First spell was in fact very impressive. 3 for 10 of his first 5 overs, then coming back and bowling couple of decent overs. He'll badly want a wicket here. The difference is his line and length has changed a little bit comparing to what he was bowling during his very first spell. That is the exact line and length. You hit that line and length consistently, surely you're going to be paid off. That's for sure. Brilliant stuff. Playing the role of the captain. Rocks on to the back foot, looking for a second run. Turned down by the non-striker. 100 up for George Steuart. 100 for 7 after 36.4 overs. If you're a George Steuart fan, that's not the scoreboard you need to be looking at. Lovely delivery once again. A bit of flight. Bowling it in front of the batter's eye line. Hats off to the scorers. Great work behind the boards. Spin and taken. Is it? Yes, it is. That's the 8th wicket. Abans group, they are getting closer and closer to closing off the coffin for George Steuart. Steuart Dakshina brings him on to his final spell and gets a ripper. And look at the catch. This is what I was talking about. The fielding has been sensational. They have really backed up the bowlers, really helped them grabbing these important wickets. 8th wicket down for George Steuart. Steuart Dakshina picks up his 4th. Tisara Vikramasinghe walks back without troubling the scorers. 100 for 8. While the spinners are doing all the damages, we do have Samuel being brought into the attack. Kasun Rodrigo, the new man in. A bit surprised that we are not seeing another spinner to seal things off. Kevin Samuel, 4 overs for 13. He has been decent with the ball, but they need a wicket. Probably knocking doors to grab that first wicket. Shanul Atukorla, he has been out there for some time, so he's going to be the key. It's important to see what approach that he would take from this point onwards. He has faced the 35 deliveries. There's the 2 wickets left in the heart. So will he go bang bang after the bowlers? He's running out of the partners at the moment. Kevin Samuel, he has been very impressive today. He has bowled in line with the stumps, using his height, generating that pace and bounce, hitting the bat hard. He has bowled the back of the length, probably trying to contain runs, which might be one of the strategies. Contain the runs, add some extra pressure. There you go, once again back at the length. The spinners coming in from the other end and trying to get those wickets, which has really worked for Abans group so far. They're pumped up, the fielders, they're on their toes. Here's a quick look at the previous wickets. Once again the bounce, undoing the batter completely, launching forward, getting a bit of glove. Good catch, good awareness. Slower delivery, getting it wrong. Quick run. Would have been much closer if he did manage to hit the stumps. At the moment, George Steuart, they're at a risk of being bowled out. Kasun Rodrigo, well, I like that strike rate, 100 plus, 350s. Well, he's very capable. The numbers indicates that he's a capable batter. It's time for him to showcase some of his skills, some of his batting skills, I would say. Yorker to start off with. Welcome, says Kevin Samuel to the crease. The run rate really not looking good. 2.67. Lovely delivery once again. Hardly any foot movement. If you're just joining us, Abans winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. After 38 overs, George Stewart's 101 for 8. Sudhar Dakshini will continue with his spell. Looking to seal things off. He has 11 deliveries to grab a couple of wickets if he wishes to. At least a one to complete a 5. For he really deserves that. He has been sensational throughout the day so far. Lovely bit of bowling. Looks a very, very smart candidate to me though. A very simple, basic bowling action. Doing the basics right. Textbook bowling you could call it. Bowling it very slow through the air. Letting the ball torque out of the surface. Letting the ball to grip out of the surface. The slower you bowl, the more bounce and turn you will get. So realizing all these facts, he has been spot on. George Stewart's on the other hand, they might be feeling really disappointed about this batting performance. They were given the opportunity to bat first, and anything about 200 or 210 would have been a very, very ideal score. 2 slips in place. There you go. That's the reason we do have a couple of slips. Spinning it away from the right hand batter and spinning it very sharply. Not too many off spinners could do this easily, but he is doing it with quiet ease. Almost chopped it onto the stumps. 39 overs done. 102 for 8. Run scoring has been really tough. Hammered through the offside field. And that'll run away to the boundary. A boundary coming after some time from the bat of Shadul Atukorala. Now this is what I was talking about. He needs to make that call. It's pointless hanging out there short, wide outside the off stump. All fielders inside the circle. Stand and deliver. Shanu Latukorula deciding to go after. Really not going to help them, but just hanging out there. would love to see a spinner operating from the other end as well, because things have been very, very friendly for the spinners here today. Have really dominated. Not sure what's the real plan behind the skipper of bringing on a pace at this point. Maybe towards the latter part could justify it. Skippers, they tend to think the other way around. They might have different plans. Maybe with the tail enders out there, let them feel the pace, let them feel the bounce, make them uncomfortable. Maybe looking for that leading edge or top edge, which might pop up in the air. There you go. The wicket keeper always indicating, get the batter onto the front foot. Get him to drive off the front foot. Beautiful delivery. Lovely delivery coming into the right hand batter, Kasun Rodrigo. Touch late getting down at that point. The next two deliveries, if you could make sure to hit it in line with the stumps. Bowl it a little bit up front. The driving length. Goes for a booming swing with mid-on and mid-wicket inside the circle. Fair shot though. A cross-battered slog, I would call it. You could call it a short-hand jab as well. Just trying to stand and deliver. Fails to make proper connection. Just the one run. Gets Chanu Lathukola back on strike. The man who has been out there for some time. 45 deliveries. 19 runs. Six runs coming off the 40th over. 108 for the loss of 8 wickets.
$108 for 8 after 40 overs. Sudhara Dakshina 4 for 14 of 9. It's been really the mainstay of the Abans group bowlers. The captain has done a wonderful job looking for his fifer. One more remaining for him to do that. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beat the batsman as well as the wicket keeper. Goes down. So one more run to the total. Takes it on to 109. There I see. Definitely a buy here. Chanulat Kurala 19. Oh, another good delivery. Beating the outside edge. Sudhara Dakshina bowling to a well set field. Think if he gets a little bit of air for hit, a slow turner, getting to edge. Sudhara Dakshina. It's more towards the middle stump. Should be attacking middle and off. Tossed up delivery with some turn to get the edge. That should be his line of attack. Left arm orthodox, taking it away from the right hander. That's another good delivery that time. So 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. Opportunity for him to get 5 wickets. 4 for 14. What a spell. That's worked away on the onside. Nicely off the back for Chandralal Korala. Gets a single. He moves on to 20 and the score to 110. So Kasan Rodrigo. He's on strike. Sudhara Dakshina bowling the last ball of his quota. That one was too short. Easy for Rodrigo to push it on the offside. That's the end of that over. So he has finished his quota with 4 for 15. What a bowling spell for Sudhara Dakshina. 4 for 15 in 10 overs. Really put the Abans group on top of this game. 110 for 8. George Steuart. There you see the bowling card. Hiranta Jayasinghe 2 for 16. Oshita Amarasinghe 1 for 14. Sudhara Dakshina 4 for 15. What a spell of 10 overs. Just the economy rate of 1.50. And Miranga Fernando 1 for 24. They are the wicket takers. They've done a wonderful job for Abans group. Having George Steuart in deep trouble. 110 for 8. 41 overs gone. You see that projected score of 134. Well, definitely George Steuart might be wanting to get something more than that. Hiranta Jayasinghe, the right arm off spinner, ticked away nicely towards the cover point region, gets a single. That's Korala, takes him on to 21. So it's Nelson on the board, 111 for 8. Hiranta Jayasinghe the bowler. So can he get a wicket at this stage? Hiranta Jayasinghe. That's a tossed-up delivery, driven firmly straight down towards deep mid-on. Gets a single. Taking the score on to 112. Rodrigo moves on to 2. Abans group definitely might be one. That's hit uppishly. Oh, goes over the head of the fielder, the long on fielder. That's gone for 6. A good hit by Korala this time. Stretched his arms. Oh, timed it well. There you see. Timed it well. Got it over the mid-on fielder, deep mid-on fielder, into the boundary for 6. So taking the score on to 118. Korala moves on to 27. Well, definitely he must be wanting to play some shots. Just 2 wickets intact. Just 8 overs remaining after this over. But Abans group might be aware of that. They need to wrap things up quickly as possible. That's a better delivery. Nearly took the outside edge. Jayasinghe bowling his 9th over. He too is coming to close his spell of 10 overs. Again, another good delivery outside the off stump. Korala trying to push it on the off, misses it. So 42 gone. It's 118 for 8. Korala on 27. Rodrigo on 2. So 8 overs remaining. Hiranta Jayasinghe 2 has bowled 9 overs, 1 more over remaining for him. So now it's a time of seeing who's going to bowl the balance overs. Amarasinghe has bowled just only 5. So he can bowl about 4 overs from these 8. He has the opportunity to bowl. But if you see the bowling card, we can see who the bowlers remaining that could bowl, because Jayasinha has just one. Most probably Miranga Fernando has some. That's out. That's caught behind. That's a good delivery by Amarasinghe. He gets his second wicket. So George Steuart losing their ninth at 118. 118 for 9. Kasun Rodrigo caught by Wilson, the wicket-keeper of Amarasinghe. You see the replay of that. Went for a try, got the outside edge, and the wicket-keeper did the rest. So 118 for 9. Amarasinghe getting his second wicket. There you see caught by Vidunith Wilson of Moshita Amarasinghe for 2. That's Kasun Rodrigo walking back. George Steuart 118 for 9. So Chamat Chaudhary is the new batsman. Well, Abans group definitely might be wanting to wind things up as quickly as possible. Well, if they can get this wickets early, then most probably we will have some kind of play before lunch. Still the time is 12:25. Play can go on till 1:15. I think the 1:15 is a cutout time. Chamat Chaudhary 741 runs. Has been 54, 12.78. The average 48.27. The strike rate and 150 to his name. That's a good delivery by Amarasinghe. Pushed away on the offside. So Amarasinghe also having 2 wickets. That's the last wicket to fall. Half-hearted shot by Kasun Rodrigo. Took the outside edge. Definitely Abans group had done pretty well. Having 9 wickets down for 118 of George Steuart. Corrales watching things at the non-strikers, and definitely he might go for a couple of shots because he's running out of partners, waiting for his opportunity on the non-strikers end. I think Sudhara Dakshina led his side well, rotated the ball as well. That's a fuller delivery, but driven straight to the fielder there. He did a good job as a captain. Bowled well too. Finished up with 4 for 15 in his 10 overs. Now try to get this wicket as quickly as possible. That must be the plan for Abans group. Again, a good delivery by Amarasinghe. Pushed away on the onside by Chamat Chaudhary. Still to open his account. Face 4 deliveries. Final delivery of this over. The 43rd in the innings. Shorter delivery. Wide being called. That's for height. 1 for the over being signalled by umpire Dilip Prasanna. Taking the score on to 120 with that wide. 119, sorry. 119 for 9. Amarasinghe. That was a good delivery. Caught the inside edge. Went in a bounce to the wicket keeper. So that's the end of that over. He has bowled 6 overs, 2 for 15 his bowling figures. And after 43 overs, George Steuart 119 for 9. There you see the betting card. Rishi Ajastan got 27. Then Tanishka Madhushankar also got 27, and Chanula Tukurala is not out on 27. They were the main scorers, all getting 27 each. Atukurala has the opportunity to go past his 27. He's on strike now. Sachin Dalpadado got 10, are the only batsmen to enter into double figures. Could be the bowling by Abans group, tight fielding. Restricting George Steuart to 119 for 9 in the 43rd over. Kevin Samuel been brought in. 6 overs, none for 20. And he'll be bowling to Chanula Atukurala. Definitely Atukurala must be wanting to play some shots at this stage. Worked it down towards square leg, gets a single. Bit surprising, taking that single, allowing Chama Chaturi to have the most of the strike in this over, having a chat. Atukurala 120 on the board. Batting on to a leg stump guard. Chamat Chaturi leaving all the three stumps quite open. That's driven firmly, but straight to the extra cover fielder. Good return, but unable to prevent the batters crossing over for a single. So Chaturiya goes off the mark. He's on 1. Atukurala on 28. Opportunity for him again. Kevin Samuel. That one struck on the pad. Most probably might be missing leg stump. I don't know whether he got an inside edge to it. It's definitely missing leg stump. Kevin Samuel, none for 22, bowling his 7th over. 121 for 9. It's again pushed on the offside. Atukurala now looking for a single. Well, he got to understand, he got to play some shots, he got to take the strike. It's 28 not out, or 58 deliveries. That's played nicely towards mid-wicket. Just a single. But did they go for the second? Yes, 2 runs there. Takes Atukurala on to 30. And the score to 123. (123 for 9). Atukurala might be wanting to keep strike. He might be looking for a single. Kevin Samuel got to understand that. That hit uppishly, but no fielder there gets that single easily, allowing him to keep the strike. He moves on to 31. 124 for 9 after 44. Well, there you see the partnerships. Highest partnership being for the first wicket of 33. Then Dalpadado and Madhushankar put on 29 for the fifth wicket. Then 17 between Athukurala and Madhushankar. And now again 18 between Kasan Rodrigo and Athukurala. So not much of partnerships to talk about. 33 being the highest. 124 for 9. So that's George Stewart's camp. This beautiful dressing room of the MCA. Definitely might be not that happy. Just 124 runs on the board. 44 overs gone. 9 wickets down. Game being held up at the batsman is changing his pads. It's just 6 overs remaining in this innings. Athukurala not out on 31 and Chamat Chaturya is on 1. Athukurala will be on strike at the start of the 45th over. Definitely Abans group must be wanting to finish it off soon as possible. Not allow some runs for this last wicket. Projected score at this stage is 141. That's at the current run rate of 2.82. Well, yesterday we had a game here where Dialogue got 131 and NTB had to bat the 50 overs to get that 131. That's good bit of bowling by Amrit Singh outside the off stump, beating the batter. So hope Abans group will not want to do that when they come into bat. They've done a good job with the ball, restricting George Steuart to 124 for 9 at this stage. We're in the 45th over of the innings. That's nicely played down towards third man. Gets a single. 125 on the board. Chanul Athukurala on 32. Amrit Singh will be bowling to Chamat Chaturya now. He's on 1. He faced 6 deliveries. You see, he's allowing all 3 stumps open. It's easy for the bowler to aim at the stumps. That's again pushed away on the onside. Uppishly, but doesn't carry to the mid-wicket fielder who does the fielding. I see that beating the batsman outside the off stump. That's the line to probe for Amrit Singh. That's a good delivery again. Pushed back by the fielder, coming very quick to it. That's Miranga Fernando. Chamat Chaturya on 1. Chanul Athukurala on 32. It's again nicely played. There is no fielder at the cover point down there at third man. They get a single. taking the score to 126. Chaturya goes on to 2. Final delivery in the 45th over. Kurala is on strike. He might be wanting to get a single to keep the strike. Let's see what he can do down the leg side. That could be called wide. Yes, it is. So one more run to the total. Takes it on to 127. It's too much down the leg side. Kurala trying to flick it away. Misses it. Amra Singha got to concentrate. That's a quick single being taken. They got to bring the field up and try to cut those singles. Should not allow Kurala to have the strike. That's the end of that over. So 45 gone. It's 128 for 9. Kurala on 33. Chamat Chaturya on 2.
We are into the last 5 overs of this innings. 128 for 9. Chanulatu Korla, he would be the key player at this point. Looking for a quick single. Oh, the bowler didn't collect it. The bowler didn't collect the ball cleanly. That would have been very close with couple of stumps to aim at. Unfortunately, losing his shoes on his follow through. Kevin Samuel. It's all happening here at the MCA grounds. George Steuart trying to fight back with 30 deliveries in hand. Try and get to that 150 mark. There you go. He was not even in the frame. A clean pickup with couple of stumps to aim at. Things would have been very interesting. Chanulatu Korla, he knew that he was running to the danger end, so he really didn't want to take a risk at this point. 29 legal deliveries in hand. Goes for a big one and clears long on quite comfortably. What a shot that was from Chanulatu Korla. He made it look so easy, I need to tell you that. Look at that shot. Hardly any effort put into that. The field at long on. He was trying his best to get to that, but sailed over him. These are valuable runs, very valuable runs. Would surely help the cause at the latter part of the innings when Abans group are back in the hunt to chase things down. But at this point, George Steuart, they would take every single run. Goes for a drive outside the off stump again, probably slowing down the length, the speed a little bit. Well, it has been a tiring afternoon so far for the Abans group. They have done the hard work. It's just that they haven't been yet able to bowl the team out. Gets an outside edge. Should be just the one run. Total moves up to 135. 150 is well within reach at this point. Especially with Shanu Latukorla out there in the middle. "46 overs done, 135 for 9. Four more overs to go in the innings. They would surely love to go past that 150 run mark. Lovely delivery once again in line with the stumps. Warshid Amrazing, he has been very impressive today. He has thrown out his hard, he has run hard, hit the deck hard, pulled those decent line and lengths. Once again, almost yoked himself, Chanu Latukorala. He has played a good hand here today. George Woods, probably not the happiest camp out of the two, trying to recover, but with just the 3.4 overs left, they can't do too much. Dancing shoes on, protection at mid-on, just the one run. Chanu Latukorla trying to pull things off. Few spectators out there trying to hit the deck hard. Loud appeal and the finger goes up. Well, that's the final nail in the coffin. Warshid Amrazing picks up his third wicket. Finally Abans group managed to grab that wicket. Not the delivery that would get a wicket for you, but they wouldn't really mind it as long as they get the wicket. Shanu Latukorla, after playing a handy hand, 41 of 60 plus deliveries with a boundary and 3 sixes. Things have been very tough for the batters since the morning. Abans winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. They've really justified the decision of the skipper and the team. They've been very impressed about how things have been so far. They managed to bowl out George Steuart for 137. Here's a quick look at the batting card. There was a decent opening partnership between Rishi and Romesh, but since then, after Sudhara Dakshina came into the attack, nothing went well for the George Stewarts. But look at that handy little hand from Chanu Atukorla, 41 of 71 deliveries and 27 of 55 by Tanushka Madhushankar. The real standouts of this batting card with the help of 10 extras after 46.4 overs. George Stewarts were bowled out for 137. Here's a quick look at the bowling card. Pick of the bowlers, without any doubt, Sudhara Dakshina, the skipper himself, managing to grab 4 for 15 with 51 dot deliveries out of the 60 balls he bowled. That is completely impressive bowling. Fantastic. And he really went through the batting lineup. And that's the target, 138 runs required to win this game. Here's a quick look at the session highlights. Started off well, the two opening batters. There were some lovely shots which were played over the offside field, but when the spinners came, things really changed. Life was very hard. That was the first wicket. I just thought for a moment that whether it went sliding down the leg side, but that was one shot that was not required at that point. But look at the outfield catching, fantastic, including that slip catch. The fielders, they really gave their 100% and helped the bowlers in closing things off for Abans group. There were a couple of tough chances that really which went down, but apart from that, things were very much under control for Abans group, and that was another brilliant take down at deep mid-wicket to break that partnership, which was looking good. The fast bowlers coming in doing their job as well, but the catching was next level. I need to tell you that. Once again, a brilliant catch at first slip. And finally, Chanul Atukorla, he tried his best. All credits to this young man. He really went after the bowlers, played some lovely shots, but unfortunately he was running out of partners before he tried some big ones, and that was the last one to seal things off for George Stewarts. Right, that's the news here from the MCA Cricket Grounds in Colombo. Abans winning the toss, putting George Stewart's bat first, 137, and that's the target. 138 required of 50 overs. We'll take a short break, and when we're back, Abans will be in with the run chase.
session of the MCA D Division cricket encounter between Abans and George Steuart. Well, we saw in the morning George Steuart were put into bat by Abans group and they were dismissed for 137 in their 50 overs, and now it's a run chase. Abans group needing 138 to win this game. There you see 138 needed of 300 deliveries. So it's going to be a long chase for Abans group. Definitely they got to be positive. They got to think positive. They can get this 137 runs. You see George Steuart's 137 for 10. That's all out in 46.4 overs. So Abans group now about to start their chase to get 138 runs to win this game. Just to remind our viewers, the umpires on duty today is Dilip Prasanna and Tilana Fernando, while the match referee is Mr. Manoj Pereira. We are the officials on duty today at the MCA grounds here in Colombo. The two Abans group openers. That's Owen Salgado. Yes, Owen Salgado is taking guard. Former Pete cricketer. A quite capable batter. Well, if he gets on to a good start, then definitely this target of 138 is very capable between Abans group. George Steuart definitely might be wanting to strike early, get a couple of wickets early to put Abans group on the back foot. 138 runs needed. So Hiranta Jayasinghe and Owen Salgado, the two openers for Abans group. Owen Salgado is on strike. We saw him taking guard. There you see the left-hander, Kasun Rodrigo. Owen Salgado, they see 1,575 runs, 135 being his highest, 28.64 average, strike rate of 78.05, 750s and 100. That shows his capabilities. That's wide outside the off stump. Salgado just pushing it at bat, but lucky not to have got a touch to it. Kasun Rodrigo, right arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Owen Salgado. 138 runs to need to win this game. Abans group did pretty well to dismiss George Steuart to 137. That's driven firmly past extra cover. That's going towards the boundary, but he got his hand to it. So the ball is definitely going to stop halfway through. Meanwhile, the batters have crossed over for an easy 2. So Owen Salgado gets off the mark with 2. 2 on the board. 2 for no loss for Abans group. Kasun Rodrigo, 56 innings, 56 wickets, 4 for 20 being his best. 5 3-wicket hauls. That over pitched again, but Salgado didn't get hold of it properly. Goes down towards the inside edge towards mid-on, no run. Well, definitely George Steuart's looking for an early breakthrough. They need a couple of wickets early to put Abans group on the back foot. On the other hand, Abans group will be looking forward for a good opening partnership. That's wide outside the off stump and a wide being signaled by umpire Dilip Prasanna. So scoreboard moves on to 3 runs on the board for Abans group. You see definitely that's going wide away of the off stump. So 3 on the board for Abans group, chasing 138 to win this game. That's wrapped on the pads. Oh, it says off the bat. Got a nick to it, says the umpire. Gave an indication there for the bowler. Let's have a look at it. Yes, came from the inside edge. So good decision. 3 runs on the board. Cousin Salgado want to get an early breakthrough. Cousin Rodrigo, sorry. That's to Owen Salgado. Drives it firmly this time, but straight to the fielder. No run. Well, you must also understand the outfield is pretty slow. 138 runs. He looks like about 175. So batsman got to keep that in mind too. 3 runs already on the board. Cousin Rodrigo. Salgado pushed it on the outside. No run. That's the end of the first over. So three for no loss. Abans group after the first over. So it's Hiranta Jayasinghe having strike now. Chamat Chaturya, the bowler, opening the attack for George Steuart. Wicket keeper standing up. There's Hiranta Jayasinghe, 2,255 runs, 101 not out being his highest, 13 50s and 100. So he can bat. That's down the leg side. Chamat Chaturya, left arm. There's 103 wickets, 6 for 40. He's best. 11 3-wicket haul, 2 5-wicket hauls. So a lot depends on him. Definitely George Steuart want him to get an early breakthrough. That was quite close. But if he didn't get a touch, could have been called wide down the leg side. Do you see that? I think he got his pad to it. Chamat Chaturya. 2 good deliveries. Hiranta Jayasinghe. That's worked away on the leg side, but there is a fielder there. So 3 dot deliveries, putting the pressure on the batter. It's again a good delivery by Chaturya. Now this is exactly what George Stewart's got to do, put pressure on the batters. That one short off the back foot, pulled away nicely, beats the fielder, goes into the boundary for 4. So Jayasinghe gets off the mark with that boundary, and the score moves on to 7. 7 for no loss. Well, that was a short delivery. Plenty of time for Jayasinghe to move on to the back foot, wash it nicely, pulled it away nicely towards the mid-wicket boundary. Again another short delivery, but this time he gets off the back foot and push it on the offside. So end of that over, 4 runs coming off it. It's 7 on the board for no wicket after 2 overs. So Owen Salgado will be on strike. He'll be facing to Cousin Rodrigo or no. Bowling change. Danushka Madhushankar being brought in. So George Stewart's also going for the spinners. Quick change there. That's outside the off stump. Looking for wickets, George Steuart. Danushka Madhushankar. Bowling round to the left-hander. Cut away nicely. That's beat the extra cover fielder. A long chase there, but well stopped. Meanwhile, the batters definitely would cross over for 2. Takes Salgado on to 4 and the score to 9. Danushka Madhushankar, there you see 35 wickets, 4 for 16 best, 4 3-wicket hauls, economy of 4.66, average of 19.57. Better delivery to Salgado, who pushes it back to the bowler, no run. George Stewart's were put into bat this morning and they were dismissed for 137. Now Abans group chasing 138 to win and 9 for no loss. We're in the 3rd over of the innings. It's a tossed up delivery driven nicely towards extra cover. Gets a single, 10 on the board for Abans group. Salgado moves on to 5. Jai Singer is on 4. There you see the replay of that. Madhushankar. That's nicely put away towards square leg. So 1 more run to the total, taking it on to 11. So 3 overs gone. It's 11 for no loss. Salgado on 5 and Jasing on. Jasing also. Oh, Jasing on 4. Chamat Chatriya, left arm orthodox, bowling to the right-handed Hiranta Jasinga, who drives it firmly. Bit of misfielding, but definitely took the pace of the ball. And the batters cross over for a single. Good bit of running between the wickets. 12 on the board. Well, these two batsmen have come on very positive. That should be the idea for Abans group. Chamat Chatriya bowling his 2nd over. $12 for no loss. When Salgado on 5, the left-hander taking guard once again, settling down. Wide outside the off stump, allowed it to go, called wide by umpire Tilana Fernando. Once again, another wide delivery. So cannot afford to give runs like that. It's a small target. That's a replay of that. 17 on the board. Yes, Yovan Salgado hitting it over extra cover. 1 bounce into the boundary. Good hit there. 17 on the board now. Chamat Chaturya got to bowl on a good length. It's again outside the off stump, beats the extra cover fielder. That could be a single. When Salgado moves on to double figures, he's on 10. 18 for no loss. Hiranta Jayasinghe, he's on strike. He's on 8. It's on 5, sorry, of 8 deliveries. At one, trying to chop it away on the offside, missed it completely. See the replay of that. That hit upishly straight down the ground. There is a fielder there, falling short. Batsman cross over for a single, taking the score to 19. Well, Abans group definitely look very positive, needing 118, 19 more. 19 on the board. Owen Salgado pushes it on the offside. That's the end of that over. So 4 overs gone. It's 19 for no loss. For Lonos, Abans group. Tanushka Madhushanka bowling his second over. That's worked away nicely by Jayasinghe. Gets a single, taking the score to 20. Salgado on 10, Jayasinghe on 7, 20 on the board for Abans group. That's a good delivery. Tanushka Madhushanka. Pushed away back to the bowler by Owen Salgado, watching it very carefully. Right arm off spin of Tanushka Madhushanka. Salgado is on 10, Jayasinghe on 7. That's outside the off stump. Let it go to the wicket keeper. That's the end of that over. So 5 overs gone, 20 on the board. Salgado on 10, Jayasinghe on 7. Abans group 20 for no loss.
After 5 overs, Abans chasing down a total of 138, currently 20 without loss. I'd say they have rather got off to a decent start. They haven't lost a wicket. As I speak, that's a short delivery which has been pulled towards deep mid wicket for a couple of runs. Now, if you take a close look at the screen, you could see some heavy drops of rain coming down. Probably a passing cloud, I'd say, because at the moment the sun is shining bright here at the MCA cricket ground, so hardly any worry. Especially when you're playing in these mid wickets, you need to be very, very careful of taking care of the matting. The moment it starts to get wet, things will be very different. It has been a steady drop for a few minutes now. Inside out, over extra cover. What a lovely hit that was. All the way for 6. Hiranta showcasing what he is capable of. Look at that shot. The front foot coming out of the way. Lovely flow of the blade. Over extra cover. Full face of the bat. All credits to this young man. The towels coming out just to make sure that the ball is dry and nice. Abans group, they have got off to a very positive start, I'd say. They have played their shots. The loose deliveries have been put away. And they have been very, very watchful when it comes to the decent delivery. 6 overs done, 28 without loss. And Danushka Madhushanka will continue with his off spin. Down the ground. Couple of bounces. There's protection at deep long on. So the batters will have to retain for 1 run. The target that they're running behind is very minimal, I would call it. 138 runs required at this point. As a total, 109 more runs required to cross the target. Shot, pulled. No protection behind square. Another boundary. This is poor bowling. Absolutely poor bowling when you're defending a target of 138 runs. These are just freebies, and looking at how these two batters have got off to a sensational start, these kind of deliveries will be surely put away all 7 days of the week. Gets an outside edge, probably a couple of runs, maybe just the one. There is protection. The cover point fielder runs across and collects it. Two batters, they have been very positive. The loose deliveries, they have given the deserved treatment. Turn and bounce. There you go. This is something that we did see a lot during the morning hours. The bowlers taking full use of the surface. Short, wide, there is protection. Bowling has not been up to the standard, I would call it. When you're defending a total of 137 runs, you need to be on the mark. You can't afford to give away easy bees. a bit of wrist work. There is protection, just the one run. A very good over, 7 runs coming off that. 7 overs done, 35 without loss. Abans have been moving on pretty steadily at this point. Lots of cricket happening around Colombo. We have another game that's happening right at the next ground at the DSA Nanaika Cricket College grounds. If you're a cricket fan, you have lots of options to choose between. Hats off to the production team as well. Lots of effort has been put to bring these pictures live. Good bit of fielding, surely stopping an extra run. If you're just joining us, this is the MCA D Division 50 over tournament 2025. The game between Abans Group and George Steuart happening here today. Abans winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. They managed to bowl out George Steuart for 137 in 46 overs. In reply, Abans, they have got off to a decent start, I would call it, after 7.3 overs, 36 runs without losing a wicket. A run rate will not be a problem at this point, but they might be keeping an eye on the net run rate, which might come into play at the latter part of the tournament. There was a passing shower, but at the moment things are under control. Kind of a gloomy weather at this point. The sun is being hiding behind the clouds. Places it nicely for another run. These two batters, they are quite comfortable out there with handling the bowlers, especially working around those singles and pouncing on any bad delivery, giving the deserved treatment. That is what is expected from a top order batter. Decent over. Just a couple of runs coming off that. 8 overs done. 37 without loss. We have a bowling change. Tisara Vikramasinghe. A best of 5 for 12 with a decent economy of 4.10. 4-5 wicket hauls, which indicates it's very much capable with the ball in hand. Nicely booked round. Should be just the 1 run. Exactly 100 runs required from this point onwards. Of 251 deliveries, it should be a walk in the park for Abans group. If not, they should lose it altogether by playing poor cricket. Apart from playing poor cricket, I don't think they are losing this game. A bit of change in the field, making sure his teammates are at the right place. They are hunting for a wicket, they are hungry for a wicket, searching for a wicket. What a brilliant catch that was! That was plucked out of the air. Now these kind of fielding efforts will lift the spirit of the team. That's a sensational catch. Diving onto his left, a grab with both hands. There you go. Just plucked it out of the ground. Good one. He deserved a wicket. In his very first over, he gets it. Obin Salgado. He departs for 13. Caught and bowl Tisara Vikramasinghe. So that's the first wicket down for Abans after 38 runs. The new man in Haridu walks into the middle. The successful bowler Tisara Vikramasinghe managed to get that breakthrough. That's what's important. You just need that 1 wicket to sneak through the batting lineup. That's what's important. Goes downtown. Goes the distance. Harindu says hello to Tisara Vikramasinghe. That was a huge one. Look at that. Full flow of the bat. Clears the ground quite comfortably. We'll need a new ball, I believe. Well, you need some kind of power to hit that. That was a lovely shot. Using his forearms, hitting through the line. That was the secret. Total moves up to 44 for the loss of 1 wicket. Tisara Vikramasinghe, the successful man, managing to grab a wicket, but looking at how Harindu Jayasekara played that shot, probably he's a big hitter of the cricket ball. Wide delivery. And that's what pressure could do. That's what pressure could do. Yes, it is. It goes big, gets a big one, and the next delivery flights it. Keep it out of his radar. Beauty, beauty. Lovely delivery, lovely comeback. Looks a finger spinner to me though. Tisara Vikramasinghe. A right arm off spinner. Bowls that odd finger spin. A tricky bowler. A handy customer. This time goes over extra cover. That'll run down to the boundary as well. Back-to-back boundaries for Harinder Jayasekara. Intentions are clear. He's in a hurry. They want to finish things off. Opening up that offside. All the four fielders inside the circle. He just needed to get it over that inner ring. Lovely way to finish the over. 9 overs done. 49 for 1. Couple of big hits by Harinder Jayasekara in the previous over, bringing down the pressure a little bit from Abans. Hardly they had any though. Flashing blade, there is protection at deep third man. It will be interesting to see how Harinder Jayasekara would handle the fast bowlers. He looked quite comfortable against the spin bowler. It will be very interesting to see how it would be. There you go, 50 runs on the board in no time. They're trying to finish things off as soon as possible. Just 88 runs. This man, he'll be the key. His eyes look very sharp, keen on going after the bowlers. And that's how we figure out natural hard hitters. They have that in themselves. They have it in their blood. When you see the couple of shots, you realize, you understand that he's a natural big hitter. Loves to give the ball a punch. Beautiful delivery once again. Harinder Jayasekara goes fishing outside the off stump. Lucky he did not get an edge. Chanu Latukora, the man with a golden arm, he was very successful with the bat. A handy 41 run, helping George Steuart to get to that total of 137. Is throwing the bait outside the off stump. That length, that line and length, asking Harinder Jayasekara to go after him. Change of length, change of pace. This is good. He's having a bucket of mixture. As a bowler, you need to be willing to do the changes. You need to be bold enough. You need to make things happen. This time back of the length in line with the stumps. It's good to give this man silent. Probably he showed clear intentions of going after the bowlers. Just the one run coming off that power play done. Abans group 50 for the loss of 1 wicket.
One after 10. Jayasekara on 10. Jayasinha on 23. Well, definitely Abans group has got a good start. Now the 88 needed of 240 deliveries. It's I think here on the Jasinger is on strike. Chamat Chaturya, the left arm spinner, been brought in again. This one pushed away on the onside. Three overs, 20 runs given away. That's a tossed up delivery. Jasinger moves forward in defense. They should be on the attack. The way they've been playing good. Both these two batters. These two should continue rather than taking things easy. Here on the Jasinger, 23 of 28 deliveries. Another good delivery by Chamat Chaturya. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on the batters. 4 dot deliveries. That's exactly what George Steuart bowlers should do. Try to slow down the pace of the game. That's a tossed up delivery, driven firmly this time. That's going towards the extra cover boundary, but there is a fielder there. Just a single to Jasinger. Takes him on to 24 and the score to 51. Chamat Chaturya. The bowling to Harindu Jayasekara, got 10 with a 6 and a boundary. He seems to be in the attack. The mood to attack, so got to be very careful. Cannot toss it very much for him. Slow trajectory, put away nicely by Jayasekara this time. Gets a single. 2 runs are coming off that over. 52 for 1 after 11. $86 runs needed. 234 deliveries remaining. It's a long way for Abans group. Plenty of time in their hands. Current run rate of 4.73. They have been playing their shots freely. That's exactly what they got to do. Throwing the pressure back on the bowlers of George Steuart. Chanulat Kurala, right arm medium pace, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Harindu Jayasekara, short and pushed away on the offside, but straight to the curve point fielder, no run. Well, the two batters having a chat again. It's interesting to see what their plan is. A clear indication to be positive. 52 runs coming off 11 overs. Continue to be like that. That's a slower delivery of a wicket keeper, unable to collect it cleanly. They run for a bye. 53 on the board. It was a very slower delivery. Chanulat Korala didn't carry to the wicket keeper. Went up the bounce. Found it difficult to collect it. Now this brings Hiranta Jayasinghe on to strike. He's on 24. And he's 24 coming off 30 deliveries. Short and worked away nicely on the onside. There could be a fielder there in the Sportylk boundary, just a single. Good running between the wickets too. Jayasinghe moves on to 25 and the score to 54. Abans group looks very positive in their approach towards batting. They did pretty well to restrict George Steuart for 137, chasing a target of 138, 54 for 1 of 11 overs. We are in the 12th over. That's over pitched, pushed away on the offside and gets a single, a quick single. A good throw there, hitting the stumps. But the batsman was way in. 55 on the board. 3 runs coming in this over up to now. Jayasinghe and Jayasinghe both batting extremely well. There you see that direct hit. But Jayasinghe was way inside. Hiranta Jayasinghe, 25 not out of 31 deliveries. Harindu Jayasinghe, 12 of 13. Chanulat Korala will be bowling to Hiranta Jayasinghe. That one on the leg stump, flicked it slowly towards mid-on. Had a good performance with the bat. Chanulat Korala was the last batsman dismissed for George Steuart. Now showing his capabilities with the ball. Done pretty well up to now. Almost 3 overs gone. 5 runs given away. Pushed on the offside and the batters go through for a single quite easily. Taking the score to 56. Atkurala completes his 3rd over. None for 6 his figures. Jayasinghe is on 12. Jayasinghe on 26. 56 for 1 after 12 overs. There you see the equation, 82 to get in 228 deliveries. 56 for 1 now. Chamat Chaturya. Hiranta Jayasinghe pushed away on the leg side. Gets a single. Wicket keeper has to do some fielding. Chamat Chaturya bowled 4 overs, given away 22 runs. In his 4 overs, now bowling his 5th. A little bit expensive, a left arm spinner. To Jayasinghe this time, watching it very carefully, letting it go to the wicket keeper. Chaturya, I thought, trying to push the ball a bit quicker. Instead of giving somewhere, that one did turn the other way. Harindu Jayasinghe just watching it go. Got some extra bounce into it. This time Jayasinghe trying to have a go at it. Didn't get hold of it. Chamat Chaturya, 3 dot deliveries. Putting a little bit of pressure on Jayasinghe. That time hit uppishly. There is a fielder trying to get under it. He has taken it. So that's the end of Jayasinghe. That was good bowling, Chaturya. Really put some pressure on the batter. And Jayasinghe trying to overcome that. Went for a big shot. Didn't get hold of it. A good catch taken in the mid-wicket region. and Jayasekara has to go for 12. It's 57 for 2. There you see the replay on that. Taken from wide outside the off stump. Didn't get hold of it. A good catch taken. So Abans group losing their second wicket. Harindu Jayasekara has to go back. Caught by Tishara Wickramasinghe for 12. Well, George Steuart's fighting back, then trying to get back into the game, getting 2 wickets at 57. Chamat Sathuria now 1 for 23, bowling his 5th over. Miranga Fernando, the new batter. That's a good delivery, pushed away on the offside. That's the end of that over. 57 for 2 after 13. Well, there you see the equation, 81 needed of 222 deliveries. Abans group need not be in a hurry. They have plenty of time in their hands. I thought Harindu Jayasekara just threw it away. 4 dot deliveries created a lot of pressure on him. Hiranta Jayasinghe should control the innings. He should bat till the end. 27 for him of 34. New bowler been brought in. Rohan Sanjay, the new bowler. Left arm spinner. 59 wickets, 5 for 49 is best. 7 3-wicket haul, 1 5-wicket haul, 4.25 the economy, 18.41 the average. So fairly decent figures there. Rohan Sanjay. Tossed up delivery, hit uppishly. The extra cover fielder cannot get around it. Meanwhile, the batters getting some runs there. That's Hiranta Jayasinghe gets a single, taking the score to 58. Miranga Fernando gets on strike. Rohan Sanjay. It's again a tossed up delivery. Driven past the short extra cover fielder. Goes down towards deep mid-off. Gets a single. He gets off the mark. Miranga Fernando. He's on 1. 59 on the board. That's a tossed up delivery again. Got to keep it down. Got to be very careful with that. A similar shot was played by Owen Salgado. A return catch back to the bowler. That's tossed up again. Hit straight down the ground. That might clear the ground. Yes, it is. That was a good hit by Hiranta Jayasinghe. He gets 6 on that because he was well behind the ball. Stretched his arms, tossed it very well, timed it well, and cleared the ground quite easily. So he moves on to 34 and the score moves on to 65. 65 for 2. Abans group. That's worked away nicely towards the deep mid-on. Gets a single. 66 on the board. Rohan Sanjay. All with that 6 pretty expensive. 9 runs coming off this over up to now. That's Miranga Fernando playing it defensively. That's the end of that over. 14 overs gone. It's 66 for 2. $66 for 2 of 14. Hiranta Jayasinghe controlling things. He's 35 not out. Miranga Fernando on 1. Jayasinghe opened the innings with Owen Salgado. Owen Salgado was the first to go. That's worked away nicely towards mid-wicket. That's a single to him. He moves on to 36. So he opened the batting with Owen Salgado, who was the first to go, and then Harindu Jayasekara walked in, and he was out a couple of overs ago. Chamat Chaturya in his previous over, getting the wicket of Harindu Jayasekara. Now bowling to Miranga Fernando. That's a slow variation in that. Chamat Chaturya. That's a good delivery, but takes the inside edge and goes down towards square leg. Gets a single. Miranga moves on to 2 and 68 on the board. 68 for 2. Hiranta Jayasinghe. That's nicely worked away towards third man. Gets a single. Well, Hiranta Jayasinghe works the ball well. He's on 37 or 47 deliveries. Sorry, 40 deliveries. That's Miranga Fernando outside the off stump. Let it go to the wicket keeper. Short and off the back foot. Pushed it down to mid-on. That's the end of that over. 15 overs gone. It's 69 for 2.
$69 more runs required for victory. Things have been quite decent for Abans group so far. They managed to keep things under control. Walks across the stumps and sweeps it. All the way she goes for 6 runs. What a lovely shot that was from Hiranta. He continues on his merry way. It was a risky shot, opening up all 3 stumps to the bowler, but the intentions were clear. He never held back. He wanted to clear it, and he clears it quite comfortably. They're trying to run away with this game in a rush. This is good batting, very good batting. They're going after the bowlers. That is what is important. Goes for a lap this time. Gets it on the full. Should be at least a couple of runs. Very good batting, the Abans group. They have been very positive. No matter they have lost a couple of wickets, they've continued on their merry way. The important fact is that during the latter part of the tournament, especially when it comes closer towards the knockouts, the net run rate will play a major part. Goes again for the lap. Should be a couple of runs again. This is very smart batting, I need to tell you that. 10 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries of this over. Hirantha, he's on a rush. He wants to get things done as soon as possible. 59 runs required now. Gets the outside edge this time. One too many from Hirantha. Rohan Sanjay, he will have his last laugh. Good bit of fielding, good catching. That's one fact to highlight among both teams. Their catching has been sensational. They haven't put down many. Now look at that. Driving it hard. Easy catch though. But you need to be on your toes to grab them because they travel really hard. Hirantha, he departs after playing a very, very good hand of 47. Abans group 79 for 2. The new batter walks into the middle, 10 runs and a wicket off this over. Things could be interesting. Couple more wickets here. Who knows? George Steuart could be back in the game. Abans group batters, they look to be very positive though. 16 overs done. 79 for 3. Rohan Sanjay will continue. Total moves up to 80, 58 more runs required. At the moment things have been quite easy for Abans group, but the important fact is that we do have a couple of new batters out there in the middle. So wicket here, or maybe some dot deliveries, add a little bit of pressure, but unfortunately I don't think the dot deliveries would add a lot of pressure with the required run rate at 1.71. They can absorb multiple dot deliveries if required, just to get themselves settled in. So that's the advantage that Abans group carries at this point, especially with his aggressive start that the few opening batters, the top order batters, have got them off to. Now these two batters, they could take their own time. 58 more runs required. You need 20 overs, no worries. You can keep them. Looking for a quick run, risky run. That was very close. I'm not very sure if that was required from the Abans group point of view. They're not chasing down a total of 300 to take those risky singles. That was very close. A direct hit would have been always interesting. Drives with a gap between the bat and pad. Now that is what is very important. You need to be very watchful as a batter. Through the covers, straight to the cover fielder in fact. 17 done, 81 for 3. Shama Chaudhary, the successful bowler. He completed his previous over. Rohan Sanjay is another successful bowler, 1 for 19. Looking for another prey. Searching for that. Beautiful delivery. Loud appeal and the finger goes up. Well, probably the batter was aware about that. Hardly any reaction from the batter. He straight away knew that. But if you do take a close look at the wicket keeper, he was very confident. He knew the very moment it hit the bat. Look at the wicket keeper. There you go. He was pretty confident. Now look at the batter. The decision was given and he knew that he hit it. Well, things are changing. Unit Seneviratna makes that long walk back just for the 1 run he scores. Abans, 81 for 4. Vidneth Pilsen walks into the middle. Rohan Sanjay, the successful bowler. 2 slips. Looking for a quick single. Not a good return. This is a passage where the Abans group players, they need to be very, very watchful. They need to be very mindful, especially they shouldn't get themselves into a shelf. Poor throw, but the batter was quite comfortably home though. Need to transfer the pressure back onto George Steuart. That's what's important. If they get themselves into a shelf, I'm pretty sure we are going to see a couple more wickets in very short intervals. They need to try and put the pressure back. Maybe play a couple of strokes. Show that positive intent. Because few dot deliveries will increase the pressure of the Abans batters, and that will cause another wicket for sure. There you go. That was very dangerous. That was a fantastic delivery. The bounce he generated out of the surface surprised the batter by all means. Just another one like that. Successful over. Just the one run and a wicket. 18 overs done. 82 for 4. It's going to be a very interesting passage of play. Both teams fighting hard, especially George Steuart trying their best to come back into this game. Abans, they might be feeling quite comfortable. Yes, they have lost the 4 wickets, but still they might be feeling a little bit positive on top of the George Steuart because they know the total they're chasing down, 138 runs required. They have plenty of overs to do that. Goes for the sweep, race protection. Lovely delivery once again. Beautifully bowled again. Beats him outside the off stump. Now this is the problem that I was talking about. You need to be very watchful. You need to be very, very watchful. You can't afford to get yourself into a shelf. There you go. That's what happened. Lovely shot. There is protection though. Just the one run added to the total. George Steuart at the moment, they're looking for another wicket. They would barely need another one wicket. These two batters, they're very new to the crease. There are plenty of overs in hand. Once again, just the one run coming off that over. 19 overs done. 83 for 4. We are back live after the drinks break. Things have slowed down a little bit since the fall of those couple of wickets in short intervals. Two new batters out there in the middle. The current run rate, it has dropped down to 4.3. At a time it was up and above 5 per over. Just the 55 more runs required for Abans group to clinch a victory here. The important fact is that George Stewarts, they have managed to push things back a little bit. They put a little bit of pressure on the Abans group batters. Hammers it down the ground. The mid-off fielder gets a bit of fingertips onto the ball. If it had got past him, it was surely a boundary written all over it. That's where the fielders, they come into play. Support your bowlers. Be on your toes. Help to get the team spirit up and running. Rohan Sanjay, he has been the key bowler so far. 2 for 21. He's been very decent with his line and lengths. There you go. There you go. Lovely again, inviting the batter, tempting the batter to drive outside the off stump. You have that slip fielder waiting for that flashing blade. Castle, bullseye. That's the 5th wicket. This is what I was talking about. Rohan Sanjay, he's currently turning things around for George Stewarts. Well, what are we witnessing here? This is not good cricket by Abans group. Yoked himself. Look at that full length delivery. Played all over it. He had no idea whatever. Oh, that's poor batting. That is very poor batting. Mihiranga Fernando. Once again a batter departs with single digits. He goes for 3. George Stewarts, they're really into this at this point. 84 for 5. Rohan Sanjay, he's really asking a lot of questions from the Abans group batters. He's put a lot of pressure. Well, things are getting interesting here. There you go. Yoked himself completely. He was playing all around it. He had no clue whatsoever. Voshita walks it to the middle. Big responsibility on these two batters' shoulders. A tensed dugout, I would call them. Look at them. Very tensed at this point. When they were 1 down, Matharida was going after the bowlers. They look quite comfortable as we see some birds flying up in the sky. Pretty disciplined, aren't they? 20 overs done. 84 for 5.
Well, the equation looks quite easy, but the batters are finding it difficult to get the runs. Wilson on 3 of 7 deliveries. Amrasinghe yet to open his account. But I thought Abans group started off well, but suddenly went into a shell. Well, especially when Rohan Sanjay is bowling, they're trying to be at the crease and try to hit him. He's tossing that ball up well, teasing the batsman. They should come down the wicket and try to meet the ball and hit it over the top. You have mid on, mid off there. No fielder right down there. Try to go over the top and try to get some runs. That's exactly what they got to do. Wilson is on strike. Chamat Chaturya. There you see, going on the back foot, just trying to play him from the crease. The bowlers doing the correct thing, tossing that ball up, inviting the batters to come out and hit. That's a quicker delivery, worked on the onside. Gets a single. To me, Wilson looks to be... he wants to get some runs. He's trying to get those singles. But singles, of course, singles matters a lot. There you see Amra Singh, 1,940 runs. Highest been 116. Strike rate of 57.70. 11 50s and 100. So he can bat well. He should be confident. Come down the wicket, try to meet the ball and get the runs, rather than staying at the crease and try to hit it over. You can't do that because the bowlers are tossing it up and trying to turn that ball. That's nicely worked away, and they go through for a good single. So 86. 86 on the board. Amra Singh is off the mark with that single. This brings Wilson back to strike. They should try to at least get those singles. But you see Chaturya tossing that ball up, inviting the batter to come and meet him. That's a quicker delivery again. Nicely worked away this time. As you said, Wilson trying to work those runs. He's getting them easily. 3 singles in this over up to now. Well, if they can get those singles, that would be sufficient for them, rather than getting bogged down at one end. That's exactly what they got to do. There you see, they're allowing the ball to bump right in front of them. They can easily take it on the full and hit it. So 21 overs gone, 87 for 5. Rohan Sanjay, the main wicket taker, 3 for 21. There you see him bowling, just tossing that ball up. That's down the leg side, well swept away. Gets that single. Well, that was a highly unwanted throw. Had it hit the stumps, it gone the other way, the batsman would have got another run. Rohan Sanjay. Well, you see that feel. If you see, there is no deep mid on, deep mid off. Well, you got to go hit straight. They say just a mid on and a mid off. No one deep down there. Tossing that ball up. They see the mid on. Just a couple of feet behind the circle, 30-yard circle. So he must try to go above him. Sanjay tossing that ball up. Short cutaway this time. That's going for runs. That's what is needed. Get it into the gap. While the batters go for 2. That's good bit of cricket. Look for those runs. That is what is needed. 91 on the board. Should not get stuck into the crease. Come out and meet the ball. Rohan Sanjay tossing that ball up too much. The batter's got to understand. Now he realizes that this ball definitely going to be a flatter one. Not allowing the batter to come out. Let's wait and see what he's going to do. There you see a quicker one, but nicely played. You see those two fielders, they're almost on the 30-yard circle. So definitely the batters should try to go above them. Plenty of runs there. If you play straight, take it full, hit it over the top. Well, 5 runs coming off this over, that's good enough. But again, tossed up delivery. Pushed away on the offside. Rohan Sanjay taking advantage of the batters. There you see, that's good cricket. Coming down and meeting the ball, driving it. Gets a run. That's exactly what the batter's got to do. Come down the wicket and meet the ball. Don't allow the ball to dictate terms for them. 45 needed of 168 deliveries. Once you allow the ball to bounce, they will get some turn off it. Rohan Sanjay in particular tossing that ball up. 45 needed of 168. True enough, Abans group have plenty of time in their hands. That does not mean they should go into a shell. That's cut away nicely. There's runs there. That's going towards the boundary. But it might stop there. And while the batters manage to get over for 2. So that's good bit of thinking. Amarasinghe and Wilson both looking a bit positive now. 43 needed. That's again, he goes off the back foot. That's not the right thing to do. Tossed up delivery. This one short and cut away nicely, but there is a fielder there. Amarasinghe. When you get off the back foot and try to get it into the gap. That's outside the off stump. Let it go. Kshatriya bowling his last over. 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. 1 for 34 his figures. That's again, there you see where the ball bounced just in front of the batting crease. Playing it low down. He should come in the front foot. Try to work it away on the onside. That one short and hit up Ashley. That's gone over. That's a good hit. That was too short. He went off the back foot. Hit it over mid-wicket. That's gone for a 6. That's a very good hit by Amarasinghe. And that takes the total on to 101. There you see. That was a nice hit by Amarasinghe. Taking the score to 101. So another 37 runs needed. They got to be on the attack like that. So 23 overs gone. It's 101 for 5. Well, if you can have a picture right behind the bowler, Rohan Sanjay in particular, that's a tossed up delivery. That could have been put anywhere on the leg side. But Wilson had decided to go for the sweep. Just gets a single. 102 on the board. There you see that. Well, take it on the full and play it straight. That should be the advice for the batters. 36 needed. 161 deliveries. That's again coming forward. Rohan Sanjay tossing that ball up. That's nicely played. Amrasinghe, 11 of 15 deliveries. 36 needed. 5 wickets intact. That's good cricket played down. Well, he should be running for that. He should run with the shot. There was a single there. That's it uppishly, but the square leg fielder goes down towards deep square leg, finally coming round. Just a single. Takes Amrasinghe on to 12. Score to 103. 35 needed. There you see that. Going low down and trying to hit it up on the leg side. Oh, that was a good delivery, but I doubt very much. He was very much inside. Well, umpire Dilip Prasanna says no. Can have a look at that from the side angle. No, he was very much in. He put his feet back. Good decision by umpire Dilip Prasanna. 103 for 5 after 24. Well, Tisara Wickramasinghe, who got the initial breakthrough, got the wicket of Govind Salgado, who's been brought back into the attack. 103 on the board. 35 needed of 156. That's firmly driven straight down towards deep mid-off. Gets a single. Wilson on 10. He's on strike now. These two batters have the right approach. They're not going to hang around there, getting those singles and going for that big shot whenever needed. That's Well, that should have been put away rather than just trying to push it away. That was short and going down the leg side. Wilson watching it very carefully. Just tapping it away, trying to get the single. Yeah, you see, that's worked away nicely. Gets that run. 105 on the board. 33 needed for victory. Plenty of time remaining. But they should look to finish it off soon. That's Amarasinghe getting off the back foot. Amarasinghe, for me, I feel Amarasinghe is waiting for the short delivery. That's a good leave outside the off stump, turning away from the left-hander. Let it go to the wicket keeper. All short delivery, try to work it away on the leg side, misses it. 2 runs coming off that over. You see the replay of that. Should have got some runs in that. 25 overs gone. It's 105 for 5.
Rohan Sanjay will continue. He has been the pick of the bowlers so far. 3 for 29. They need to be very watchful playing against him. There you go, the straight one. The slider which goes through with the arm there, you know, the batter, he knows that, he's laughing. The batter and the bowler, both of them, they knew that something was not right with that delivery. That's turn and bounce for you. Rohan Sanjay, he has been very impressive throughout the day so far. He has been spot on. Too many phrases. Commentators curse. That'll run down to the boundary. Well. How often do you see this? You praise the batter, he gets out. You praise the bowler, he goes the distance. Strays one down the leg side. 2 fielders inside the circle. Lovely. Bisects the 2 fielders to perfection. Well, at this point, Abans group looks like they're inching towards the winning mark with just 29 required. These 2 batters, they spent some time out there in the middle. They gave themselves a chance, and now they know what's required. There you go, kind of a different delivery, probably trying to flick it through the arm. 4 runs coming off that. 26 overs done. 109 for 5. That's it. Second attempt. Gone. Oh, yes. George Stewart's trying to pull things back. Well, this game is going down to the wire. I'm telling you that. Pretty disappointing once again. The partnership was looking good. They were just 29 runs away from winning this game. That shot was not required. easy pickings for the wicket keeper. Happiest out of the three would be the umpire because he got an easy decision to make. 6th wicket down. Voshita Amarazinga walks back for 13. 109 for 6. Now the important fact is that every wicket that George Stewart's just get, they're inching towards winning this game, I'd call it. Because every wicket will add additional pressure onto the Abans batters. Kevin Samuel walks out to the middle. Highest runs 68 under his name. Well, half of that would be handy to win this game for Abans group. Couple of slips. Look at the body language now. Now, these are some things that you need to take a closer look at when you're watching this game. A wicket. How things can change at a glance. Especially the body language. It pumps up in no time. A poor shot, I would call it. Poor shot selection by the batter himself. There you go, look at that. A ball clearly sliding down the leg side. 4 fielders around the batter, running in and appealing. Now that's the positive language, the positive body language that I'm talking about. Turn and bounce. Pulling it really slow. Thisara Vikramasinghe. 29 of 139. It's not about the balls versus the required runs. It's about the wickets versus the required runs. 27 overs done. A wicket maiden. 109 for 6. Good bit of fielding at extra cover. Danushka Madhushanka continues. Well, I'm surprising to see the highest wicket taker being taken out of the attack because they have just the 28 runs to play with. They need to go for the kill. George Stewart's. It's very important. They can't afford any of these batters to settle down. Beautifully bowled once again. Kevin Samuel, he has faced the 6 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. He was good with the ball today, but he's got a chance now to prove himself with the bat. The team needs his help at this point. 4 wickets required for George Steuart. 28 runs required for Abans group. A game going down to the wire. Very interesting. Edged and gone. Well. It's all happening here at the MCA grounds. Abans group. They lose their 7th wicket. George Steuart, they still believe, and they do believe more now. Look at that delivery. That was fired in. Trying to rock onto the back foot and pierce that gap probably between the slip and the third man region. Gets a healthy outside edge. Kevin Samuel. He walks back without troubling the scorers, in fact. Abans group falling deeper. 1-1-0 for 7. Sudhara Dakshina, the skipper, walks out to the middle. Now he walks out with a lot of pressure and a lot of responsibility. He played his part with the ball today, managed to grab 4 wickets with 51 dot deliveries out of the 60 deliveries he did bowl. Now that's not what's important at this point. He needs to show some kind of effort using his bat. Well, was that a spin ball or was that a fast ball? 20 runs done. That's the previous wicket again. Pushing outside the off stump, getting that leading edge. A very good catch by the skipper himself at first slip. Hardly dropped any which came his way today. 28 overs done. 110 for 7. Thisara Vikramasinghe continues. 3 overs, 2 for 14. He has been good today. Poor delivery. Strays one down the leg side. He should call himself lucky, I'd say. A bit of bat on that. Or maybe would have been a boundary. Yeah, that's the flipper. Trying to flick it through using his fingers. Viduneth Wilson. He would be the key for Abans group. This wicket would be very important. It would be the decider between the two teams. Turn, bounce. The story of the day so far. The batters have had to work it out really hard. All credits to the bowlers. Very risky shot. Working it off his pads. One more run added to the total. Plenty of overs left. 1 run per over. They'll get home. That's easy at this point. It has been a gloomy evening here at Colombo. If you're just joining us, it's the MCA D Division 50 over tournament 2025. The game between Abans and George Steuart. Abans winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, managing to bowl out George Steuart for 137. close call. In reply, George Steuart, they got off to a fly at the end of 10 overs. They're 51 without loss. But since then, things have really changed apart. Abans group really running through George Steuart. Just like that. Just a couple of runs coming off that over. Once again, a decent one. 29 overs done. 1-1-2 for 7. Danushka Madhushanka looking for a wicket here, especially the wicket of Vidunith Wilson, because he has been out there for some time. He would be the danger man. If they manage to get this one here, one wicket here, George Steuart would really believe. I'm pretty sure they still do believe, but they need one here. Almost going through the gates of Vidunith Wilson. He's been very watchful. Danushka Madhushanka, different kind of a bowler, I'd call him. Couple of steps down the ground. $25 more runs required. Just a couple of hits away to get things under control for Abans group. But the fact is that they're not in a position to do that. They need to be watchful, but in the same time, they can't afford to get themselves into a shelf. That's the important fact. One run coming off the 30th over. 113 for 7.
Well, if we can get a couple of deliveries, couple of hits, that's nicely played. There you see Wilson getting that. Get that too. Come on, get those runs. Runs are important. Try to get as much as possible runs when you get a shot. 24 needed. 114 on the board. Sudhara Dakshina now on strike, the captain. Well, you can't go into a shell. Tisara Vikramasinghe, 2 for 17 or 4.2 overs. That's right. That's a good hit by the captain. Puts it down towards deep square, gets a run. Couple of shots like that will definitely put George Steuart a bit on the defense. Well, that's exactly what Abans batters got to do. Just another 23 runs needed. That's again worked away nicely on the offside. They need to get those runs. Wilson not ready for that single that time. 115 for 7. That time pushed away on the offside. They down towards the extra cover boundary. Gets a single. So 3 runs coming in this over. That's quite good. That's exactly what Abans group batters got to do. Sudhara Dakshina is on 1. We saw him trying to go over the top that time. That's again misses this one. Could be called a wide. Yes, it is. 1 more run to the total. Takes it on to 117. That might have got an edge to it. That would have been very close. If not, let's have a look at that. No, definitely would have missed leg stump. There was a turn in it. So 21 runs needed. For Abans group. 117 for 7 after 31. You see Rohan Sanjay being brought in again. 3 for 33 after 7. Of course, it's not the runs that he has given, it's the wickets that he has taken that brought George Steuart back into the game. That's it up, Ashley. Oh, didn't get hold of it. That's a poor shot by Wilson that time. Hitting up Ashley. The cow point fielder got his hand to it, but could not hold on to it. I see the replay of that. Oh no. That's pretty bad luck. Good attempt anyway. 118 for 7. Sudhara Dakshina going forward in defense this time. There see Rohan Sanjay teasing the batter, tossing that ball up, inviting the batter to come out and meet him. Watching that ball very carefully. Sudhara Dakshina. 20 runs needed. Got an edge that time, went into the slip, didn't carry it. Good bit of thinking bowling by Rohan Sanjay. That's down the leg side. Well, the 3 wickets he took, he's gaining a lot of respect from the batters. There you see, that's a wide delivery. Wide being called. So the target reduced to 19. 19 needed for victory. That's another dot delivery. So 32 overs gone. It's 119 for 7. Dakshina on 1. Wilson on 21. Tithara Wickramasinghe, Tisara Wickramasinghe. 2 for 20 of 5 overs. Facing to Sudhara Dakshina. Tossed up delivery, nicely played towards third man, looking for the single. They get it quite easily. 18 more needed. 120 on the board for loss of 7 wickets. Abans group trying to push it through. 18 more runs needed. Wickramasinghe. Action of the back foot. There you see that he's going on the back foot. If just something just sneaks through, it's going to be a plum LPW. Getting his bat to it on the right time. Wickramasinghe. No stroke offered. I doubt very much runs will be allowed there. Did it strike the pad? Got to go back. 120 for 7. That's put away on the offside. Gets a single at time. Now it's 70 needed. Wickramasinghe. That's beautifully hit. That's what you got to do. And Wilson gets a 6 that time. That's gone over the rope. Umpire checking with these. Yes, it's gone over the rope. That's a good hit. That's exactly what you need to do. There you see, with the turn, put it over mid-wicket. Lovely shot by Wilson. 127 on the board. 11 needed. Couple of hits like that will close the game. 28 to him. He's really played well. 33 overs gone. 127 for 7. Well, there you see the equation. 11 more runs needed of 102 deliveries. You don't need to bat 102 deliveries to get that 11. Just get it off in 2 overs. Sudhara Dakshina just pushing it back. Rohan Sanjay getting respect for the wickets he had taken. Just tossing that ball up. Dakshina, a strongly built guy, can easily put him over. There you see, just off the back foot, pushing it defensive. They don't want to attack him. That's what I feel. There you see, defensive again. Well, the bowler himself is quite happy for the batters doing like that. They don't want runs of him. They just want him to bowl his overs. Bowling his 9th over. Rohan Sanjay. Forward defensive. 3 for 35 his figures. Well, dead ball signal. He didn't release the ball at time. Held on to it. Gain a defensive stroke. That's the end of that over. A maiden over. 3 for 35 his figures. 34 gone. 127 for 7. Eleven runs needed. $127 for 7. 34 overs completed. Danushka Madhushankar, the new bowler, bowling to Wilson, who is on 28. Wilson had played a very important innings. Got the runs. See, just 40 balls, he got 28 runs. Worked the ball well on the leg side in particular to get those singles. That's again, there you see, pushing it towards mid-wicket. Getting that run quite easily, and an overthrow there. That's gone 5 for him. So that could be the game. So 6 more runs needed after that. So the Skulls moves on to 132 it should be. Yes, 132. 6 more needed. That's poor bit of thinking by the fielder. He was very much inside. There you see. Oh, didn't cover up properly. 5 runs there with that overthrow. Now Sudhara Dakshina. 1 hit, you can finish it off. 132 for 7. Danushka Madhushankar 1 for 18 of 5.2. That's down the leg side, a wide being called. So that brings it down further to 5 runs needed. That's firmly driven this time. Lakshana gets a single. So 4 more needed. Three deliveries remaining in this over. Can they finish it off in this over? Vidunith Wilson, very well played, 33. Really batted well. That's put away towards fine leg. Gets another run. 34 to him. Three more needed. That's good bit of fielding, but that allows the batter to cross over for a single. So 2 needed of 91 deliveries. Wilson on 34. So that is the end of the 35th over. 136 for 7. So just 2 runs needed. But of course, George Steuart definitely put up a very good fight. They got 7 wickets up to now. While Vidunith Wilson was definitely the man who held things together for Abans group. 34 runs of 43 deliveries. He played some good cricket. Sudhara Dakshina, the man who bowled pretty well for Abans group. He's on strike. They see just 2 runs needed. Why you got to struggle? Rohan Sanjay is bowling. Oh, he's bowling his final over. Too much of respect given to him. That's pushed away on the offside. Dakshina doesn't want to give his wicket to him. Pitched on the leg side. He himself is laughing the time. Sudhara Dakshina. That time goes for a huge swing. Misses it completely. Well, now he'll be defending these 2. Just hang around there. Lets it go outside the off stump. One more delivery for Sanjay to complete his quarter of 10 overs. Comes down the ground and hits it straight down. That's gone to the boundary. That's exactly what they could have done earlier on. You see that mid on, mid off up. We're talking to you about a lot about that. Coming down the wicket and hitting it straight. So that's the end of the game with that boundary. Abans Group coming up to 140 for 7 in 36 overs. They win by 3 wickets. Sudhara Dakshina not out on 4. And Vidunith Wilson not out on 34. Vidunith Wilson definitely played a very important role there in this win. When he came into bat, he got to rotate the strike, he got to keep the scoreboard moving, and he did exactly what was needed from him. There you see the last delivery, coming down and hitting it straight down. That's exactly what they could have done for him some time back. And that ball reaches the boundary. With that boundary, the game came to an end, with Abans Group getting 140 for 7, winning by 3 wickets. Well, there you see the batting card. Owen Salgado was out for 13. Hiranta Jayasinghe played a very good innings. He got 47. Harindu Jayasekar at 12. Miranga got out for 3. Unit Senivaratna for 1. At that time, George Steuart spelled some victory. Then Yoshita Amarasinghe came and got 13. And Kevin Samuel was out for North. But from there onwards, it was within it was 34 not out, 43 deliveries, 1-4 and 1-6. And Sudhara Dakshina, 8 not out of 32 deliveries, carried them home. So they see the 30-run partnership for the 8th wicket. So out of the bowlers, Rohan Sanjay 3 for 39 was a pick of the bowlers of his 10 overs, 2 for 28 for Tisara Wickramasinghe, 1 wicket each for Janaskumar Dushankar and Chamat Chaturya. So follow wickets 38, 57, 79, 81, 84, 109, 110. You see 81, 84, 109, 110. That was the time that George Steuart were trying to creep into this game, but Vidunith Wilson and Dakshina had other ideas, held things on. That's the highlights. Well, they started off very well. Owen Salgado and Hiranta Jayasinghe. They put on a very good partnership at the top, a brisk partnership. They got runs quite quickly, set the tempo for the day for them, and Jayasinghe in particular played a wonderful innings. Runs were coming quite easily, boundaries, and then finally George Steuart winning this game, Abans Group winning this game by 3 wickets. So there you see the highlights. Owen Salgado and Hiranta Jayasinghe are starting off well, getting runs quite easily, put up a good start. And then runs coming from the bat of Hiranta Jayasinghe all around the wicket, and before Owen Salgado trying to push it on the onside, and a good catch taken by Thisara Wickramasinghe. Then Harindu Jayasekara came in, started off very well with a 6 and a boundary, and suddenly a sudden rush of blood after 4 dot deliveries skied it into the mid-wicket and was taken a good catch. Then Hiranta Jayasinghe, after batting so well, played some beautiful shots, got up to 47, and then he threw his wicket away trying to go for a wild swing and was caught at slip. A very good catch taken by the captain there. So then it was Yusuf Amarasinghe got that 6, and then Vidudit Wilson and Sudhara Dirakshana had to carry things together before Yusuf Amarasinghe was out stumped, and then it was there you are, that was Samuel just putting it into the hands of the slip fielder, and Vidudit Wilson took the attack into the bowlers, got his runs well, and the final hit for the day was from the captain, who came down the wicket and hit Sanjay back to the boundary for 4, sealing the victory for Abans group by 3 wickets. There you see the summary of the day. George Steuart 137 all out in 46.4. Athukurala getting 41. Adishchan getting 27. Madhushki getting 27. Sudhara Dakshina 4 for 15 was the pick of the bowlers. Yosita Amarasinghe 3 for 21. Hiranta Jayasinghe 2 for 24. Abans group 140 for 7 in 36 overs. Hiranta Jayasinghe 47. Vidunit Wilson 34 not out. Owen Salgado 13. Rohan Sanjay 3 for 39. Thisara Wickramasinghe 2 for 28. Chamat Chaturiya 1 for 40. And Abans group winning by 3 wickets. So with that news from here at the MCA grounds, we'll be definitely coming back live on during the weekend with some more games. And till then, good night and goodbye.